Track radio station to tune in is 97.1. Track radio station 97.1. Tune it in. Still get yourself some Man Cup official souvenir t-shirts down there at the Man Cup registration trailer. FuelTech is still available. You can take a look at that FuelTech plug-and-play system for the Gen 2 Hayabusa, their first plug-and-play offering. I'm sure there'll be many more coming down the road. BPM Racing Engines on the vendor midway. He's busy helping out his customers. Wheeler Machine and Bone Stock Race Products still got that raffle going for a drag bike. Get in that raffle.
Spring Nationals, and we're here with our full event and series sponsor, FuelTech. FuelTech is everywhere these days, and it's nowhere more present here than in the pits at Man Cup. I'm here with Lucas, who's going to tell us a little bit about the new Hayabusa plug-and-play system from FuelTech. So tell us about what we've got here, Lucas.
All right, so what we got here is a full factory ECU replacement for the Gen 2, so I think it's 2008 to 2020.
Right on.
Hayabusa. This will plug directly in where your factory ECU goes. You'll replace it and the dash with our 550 unit. Only extra things you'll need is Nano Pro for O2 control and the Spark Pro 4 for controlling the stock Hayabusa coils. That'll allow for complete tuning as far as timing, fuel, traction control, as well as O2 closed loop, nitrous control, boost control, kind of whatever your heart desires. Came out with this about a week and a half ago, and then now I think the next logical step is we're going to do the exact same thing for a ZX14. So that's kind of in the works.
I think ZX14 would be exactly the next logical step. And I mean, yeah, I guess the best part about this is we don't have to rewire the whole bike.
Nope.
With these connectors right here, we can plug right into the factory harness, and off we go. We're FuelTech.
Yep.
So, and if I understand it correctly, the system also includes complete data logging?
Correct. It'll data log everything that you ask it to do, as well as math channels and digital channels.
Everything you ask it to do. And of course, you know, this is the main unit that does all the thinking, and it's also the display. So this will essentially take the place of your factory gauge cluster, but it will replicate all of the factory functions as well as provide all of the functions FuelTech is known for as far as 100% tunability. Do I have it right?
Oh yeah.
And that's just one look at the FuelTech product we're going to show you more of this weekend. Stay tuned for more. It's all about FuelTech everywhere here at the Man Cup MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to do
Bike number 21X left side and bike number 3101 right lane. Green lights a pair. Finish line. Give it to Chuck Curls, 8:29 and an 8:26. He was 0:36 and he was late. Brody Davis laid the tree over with a 002, but he couldn't match his dial and he went 8:62 on an 8:54. Chuck Curls from Pelham, Georgia, moving on to elimination round number 3. Got Gary Russell, Inglewood, Florida, Kawasaki runner in the TBM brakes lane. And this is Brandon Rodriguez out of Bellevue, Florida. GSXR 1000. Another really good looking drag race going here. Brandon taking the dub. 917 on a 908. Gary Russell not running the number, going in 897. Both riders were 03 on the tree. Outstanding job. This is Toby Malfers back in action after a 20-plus year hiatus. He's taking on Daryl Stevens out of Navarre, Florida. Woo. Great drag race, 864 taking the W for Toby. 885 breaking out for Daryl. I think Daryl took a bit too much stripe there. He's probably going to be kicking himself when he reviews the slip. W going to Toby Mappus. Daryl Stevens breaking out by 200ths. Santee Rodriguez Jr. and Daryl Perkins next pair up. Daryl Perkins, W, 830 on an 825, even with a reaction time disadvantage. He took the stripe by 1 thou, really played the finish line. Santee Rodriguez, unfortunately, running off his dial-in, ending his day. Daryl Stevens moving on. Steve Breakstone turning it red. Sean Rainey, green light, and a 783 on a 779 dial-in. Steve Breakstone, he went 882 off of his 868 dial. Rodney McFarland right side, he's got a single here, and he's won. Scotty DeLong goes 007 red. McFarland advances 818 on an 820. He was there. DeLong 896 on his 885 to end his day in MPS Racing Pro ET action. Len Geiger, right side, 905 dial. Damian Solis, left side. Geiger goes 007 red to end his day. Solis, 880 dial, goes an 887 to move on to round number 3. Glenn Geiger with a troubled pass. He's still on the racing surface. Hopefully he'll be able to get that motor down to the finish line and off the racetrack. It does look like Glenn will make the turn, so we'll be able to get back into action. Thank you, Dave Young, for being ready to help out. Brandon Cunningham ZX14 left lane, and Mike Perry, Kawasaki's KZ900 right side. A drag race that could play out on any Saturday night down in Bradenton, Florida. Perry off the line, both riders with green lights. Perry taking the dub. 867 on an 863. Cunningham had the reaction time advantage. Cunningham was a couple better on the tree, but Perry took the finish line by 0006. Just that close down there. Mike Perry moving on to round number 3. John Markham right side. And we've got Brandon Cunningham in the left lane. No, excuse me, that's Samuel Parrish. Parrish coming out of Green Cove Springs, Florida. He's dialed 887. Markham 866 on his 863. Parrish closer, but reaction time disadvantage ended his day. Got Dwayne Schmidt Jr. left side, Citra, Florida on a ZX12R. Bob Burt, Suzuki Hayabusa model. Gen 2 in the right lane. Green lights a pair. Burt popping the wheel off the line. And Schmidt makes him pay. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. moving on. Kevin Peterson, Clearwater, Florida, up against Bernard Gilbert, Covington, Georgia, and it's Peterson. Big starting line advantage reaction time wise, and Peterson scores a W. 923 on a 909. Gilbert 881 on an 880 and got their second. John Loney in the Summit Racing lane. Rylan Rowe, Kawasaki ZX14, he's over in the TBM brakes lane. Pretty close dials. Green lights a pair. Loney on the Kawasaki, Rowe on a ZX14, and it is John Loney advancing. 866 on an 862. They were near identical on the starting line, and Loney running closer. Very close margin of victory. John Loney taking a stripe down there by 006. Rowe 895 on his 890. That spells defeat. And there's big brother Rashad coming up right behind him. Just saw his brother get handed a loss here in second round of eliminations of MPS Racing Pro ET. See if we can keep a row alive in Pro ET. But Mark Chrisman from Suffolk, Virginia is going to have something to say about that. Mark on his ZX14R is dialed a 901. Rowe, our #1 qualifier in Top Gas, is dialed an 820, the Top Gas index. Rowe 8:23 on the 820 for the W. Crispin 9:04 on 9:01. Reaction time advantage went to Rowe. Larry Berger on his V-Rod muscle, right side. Oh, Larry turns it red by just a tick. That gives the W straight away to Braden Davis, dialed 887. Davis legs it and goes an 885 with a 9. He was ready. Larry Berger 1093 on a 1081. His day is over in Pro ET action, and the earned by run from first round's action is going to be bike number B275. He's dialed 988. All right, we're going to a bit of an intermission for opening ceremonies. Opening ceremonies are next up.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
I'm here now with Chris at the Bone Stock Racing Products display, and Chris has a lot of cool stuff here this weekend, some new stuff, some used stuff, and this is typical of the types of displays we get at the Man Cup events. Of course, this is the MTC Spring Nationals, and Chris, tell us a little bit about what you're offering here today.
Well, my name is Chris of Bone Stock Race Products. We offer a lot of new and used parts. We manufacture parts, throttle stops, stuff like that. Back at the shop, we do custom bike builds. We do wiring, FuelTech, max ECUs, stuff of that nature. So everything seems to be tending towards the Hayabusa and 14. So we're getting into that platform.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, that's what we do. So up here I got a bunch of people that I work in line with that send me parts to sell. So I bring them up here to try to help the racers out, because a lot of used parts are what saves somebody in a race. You need
absolutely
a $5 button that nobody has, and boom, I've got one in a junk drawer here that'll get somebody through the weekend and make their day. So that's why we do it. We come up here and it kind of seems like a garage sale, but believe it or not, it helps a lot of people out at the races every time that we come. So just here to support Hollywood, support Man Cup. It's a great organization. It's a great race. Just glad to be here. We come every year for the spring race and the fall race to set up to provide everybody with what they need.
Well, you've got a lot of great stuff here, and I totally agree. There are times when a display like this can save a racer's weekend because you never know what you're going to find, and sometimes you find exactly what you need. And where are you based out of? Where is Bone Stock Racing located?
We're out of Parrish, Florida. We're about 30 miles south of Tampa. I'm 15 minutes from the Bradenton track, which is our home track, so we're pretty much central Florida.
Very, very interesting racetrack down there, Bradenton. So much off-season winter events down there. But now I want to talk a little bit about this bike you've got right here, which, as I understand, is going to become someone else's bike soon by virtue of this raffle. So tell us about the raffle and how people can get involved in winning this bike for a very minimal investment.
Basically, the way that the raffle works, if you go onto Facebook, go onto my page, you'll find a listing on there for it.
That's at Bone Stock Racing on Facebook?
No, it's Chris Bishop. So go on Chris Bishop and on Facebook, and you'll find it on there. And the way that the raffle works, we've got a main raffle. It's $150 a spot. There's 100 total spots available. So that means that somebody could potentially win this bike for $150.
$150 for a full-blown Kawasaki drag bike, and I think you said this bike's capable of what kind of ET?
It's a top gas bike, an 820 bike. You could easily run super comp also to detune it, so it'd be a great super comp and top gas bike.
Beautiful piece, aluminum wheelie bars, PMFR bearing support. How big's the motor?
It's a 1500cc. It's got a 8-plug head on it. It's a nitrous setup. Koenig chassis, Koenig front end, like I said, RC comp wheels, ZX14 bodywork. The paint is new. The bike is, since we put it back together, it's had 4 passes on it.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm a bit of a Kawasaki fan myself. Anybody who knows my history will agree. Yeah, I mean, I love them all, but boy, I'll tell you what, there's nothing else that gets me going like a good old KZ motor with a J head. And I think you mentioned earlier this is a Koenig chassis?
Yeah, Koenig chassis. Yeah.
Koenig lowboy. Beautiful machine, lovely proportions. I think I'm going to get in the raffle myself. Wouldn't that be cool to get me back out on the track?
Yeah.
Could happen. Never too old.
And if I could, on the raffle, we also, below that, you'll see a mini raffle. And what that is, in order to fill it up down here, we're going to have 50 spots available. There's $75 a spot. Out of that, I will draw 25 chips. Those 25 winners that bought a ticket for $75 will go into the $150 raffle. So you're basically getting in for half price if you win that spot. So we'll take 25 of those 50 to go into here.
Wow, that's cool. That's an interesting format. Yep. So I guess
no money up front.
Right,
so,
no money up front.
So once the raffle is full, I'll message everybody on there. They'll do a PayPal on there. Once it's gone, then we'll draw chips. The first chip wins the bike, the second chip wins $1,000, and the third chip wins $500.
Well, that's pretty cool. You've got a tiered award system here, not just one winner. So I'll tell you what, if you're looking for an amazingly clean Kawasaki drag bike that'll run top gas numbers, super comp numbers, pro ET numbers all day long, check it out. And I would say the best way to go is to get into the main raffle and the mini raffle.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the best way to do it.
All right, Chris, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
you coming out to support Man Cup here at the MTC Engineering Spring Finals, or excuse me, Spring Nationals, not the finals yet. So just one more example of the excellent vendors we get at these events. This is all about Man Cub drag racing. It's a family. Thanks for coming out, and we're going to bring you more action all day long here.
Thank you. Good luck, everybody.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
I'm good. All right.
All right, we're going to have all the number one qualifiers over here by the Man Cup Awards tent. Number one qualifiers for every class. Come on over here because we're going to give you some hardware and some cash monies. That's right, we've got number one qualifier bonus here this weekend. Compliments of Broderick Jackson and the Manufacturers Cup.
Testing.
Stand over here. Oh, once again, number one qualifiers. Get you over here to the Manufacturers Cup tent. Number one qualifiers. We're going to be handing out the hardware and the cash.
Test.
Test, test, check, check. We're about to do it, handing out the number one qualifier plaques and cash monies. We do have a cash bonus for number one qualifiers here this weekend. I'm going to stack here just to get the best line of sight.
All right, it's right here. I got you.
All right, so we're going to start proceedings. Got my twin mics here. Uh-oh. Technical difficulties. All right, all I need is a track mic, apparently. So we're going to start, I think, with our Ultra Pro 460 winner. You got that list. We got the plaques. I don't think you gave me the list, did you? Well, I hope it didn't blow away. Couldn't have got far.
I think you took it up to the tower with you when you walked up there.
Think I went up there?
John.
Check, check. All our procedural issues have been secured. Let me turn off the feedback maker here.
That goes to your live stream. Oh, your live stream anyway.
All right, we're going to get it going here. Ultra Sportsman, Wade Smith, #1 qualifier. Are you here, Wade? Come on down. We got hardware and the best kind of software. Ulysses S. Grant for you right there. $50 from Man Cup. Congratulations, Wade Smith, #1 qualifier. Now, Super Comp, Dave Young. Dave Young, come on up and get your plaque, Dave. Congratulations. Dave Young, #1 qualifier here at Super Comp, receiving his #1 qualifier plaque and $50. Hang on tight to that money. The wind is a-blowing. All right, next up. Next up, Rashad, Top Gas, #1. There you go, #1. Current champion and #1 qualifier in Top Gas, taking the plaque, taking the money. Next up, Bud Herod, Real Street, #1 qualifier. Come on, Bud. He'll be taking that. All right, we'll get that to him. Pro Street, Robert Bond Jr. There's RJ. Congratulations, and I was just congratulating your dad earlier. Ultra cool Kawasaki qualifier. Doesn't happen often, but when it happens, it's pretty cool. Kawasaki, #1 qualifier with the ZX14 Turbo from Rob Bond Racing. Great job, RJ. All right. 460, Rock Sanders. Ultra Pro 460. Great job, Mr. Sanders. Collect your hardware, collect your software. Great job, man. All right, next up, Tommy Saxon. Pro Open, #1 qualifier on that very unique Bill Vose Racing tuned Turbo. Great job once again, Tommy. Well played. Last and certainly not least, it is the Fast House himself, Jeff House. Congratulations on that #1 qualifier. Right off the trailer, and you never let up all 4 rounds. So flip that around so we can see that beauty. Great job, Jeff Fast House, #1 qualifier and Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Thanks everybody for coming to our ceremony. Thanks to all the #1 qualifiers and all the teams that make them so amazing. We're going to get up to racing here momentarily and take a look at all the hardware, because this is what's going to go out at the end of the day. That's right. There's one thing we like in Man Cup. It's good-looking hardware. All right, we'll see y'all later when we hand these out to the various winners of our various classes. Thank you very much for attending our ceremony.
Pro categories should be in the lanes already. We're going to kick it off with Fast by Gas Pro Mod out of lane 2, Robinson Industries Pro Open lane 3, and HollywoodDragRacing.com Pro Ultra 460 lane 4. Let's bring them up, get you guys and gals paired up. That will be the next competition on the racing surface.
So now we're back here with our event sponsors, our series sponsors, FuelTech and Lucas. And earlier we were talking about the new, and this is the FT 550.
Yep, 550 with the Hayabusa plug-and-play harness.
Hayabusa with plug-and-play harness, and we talked about how easy it is to use. And I mean to tell you, I know there's been a lot of stuff out there over the years, you know, re-flashing the stock PCMs, different standalones. This is a real game changer because it enables us to get all the power of the FT550 with a direct plug-in harness. You don't even have to strip out the factory harness. And I was talking with Lucas a little bit before our segment here about where do you start? And base maps are available, right?
Correct. So every update we come out with the FT Manager software, the sample start maps keep growing. So there's a library of anything you can think of, from small block Chevy to Hayabusa, the whole nine. On top of that, on our website, there is a link for the library that we have. That is from not only us, our office in Brazil, anybody that's kind of in the company that has done something odd off the wall that maybe we need that reference somewhere, it's in there. And then the other thing too is at any given point in time you make the switch, you feel like you're starting from scratch, you can always give the tech line a call Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30 Eastern, and we can remote in with you, help you get it fired up, help you get it started, and get you to the dyno to where you can really start unleashing the power of it.
And these are part of the amazing support aspects that make this such a cool product, because you don't need a professional tuner or a dyno shop to get this done. You can plug this in yourself. You can start with the base maps they provide. They've got the library of base maps ever growing, and you know, you've got, of course, the ability to monitor your own air fuel ratios. You can set this up yourself. You don't need to be an expert. You just need to be meticulous. And if you do get backed into a corner, FuelTech's reputation for after-sales support is absolutely unparalleled. They're right here in Georgia, USA. They got your back. FuelTech is going to be with us all year, and we're going to continue to learn more about the FuelTech product and how it's going to continue to spread throughout the motorcycle line with these plug-and-play, ready-to-go systems. Thank you, Lucas.
Absolutely.
Stay tuned. We've got more action coming to you here. It's the MTC Spring Nationals, brought to you by FuelTech. It's everywhere.
Pro Mod, lane 2. Pro Open, lane 3. Ultra 460, lane 4. Let's get it going, guys. Get them up. And while they're still here, you can stop by the FuelTech display right there across from the vendor midway and the Man Cup registration trailer. They've got a brand new system, plug-and-play system, $3,000, complete with a plug-and-play wiring harness, FuelTech system, standalone system that will plug in. If you can take your fairing off, if you can take your gas tank off, that's all you'll need to do. Less than 90 minutes of work, you'll be up and running with the latest, greatest technology that is available in drag racing right there from FuelTech. That is a complete plug-and-play system for Gen 2 Hayabusa, and expect many more systems of that nature to be coming from the great folks at FuelTech, our Man Cup Series sponsor. FuelTech is everywhere. Fast by Gas Pro Mod, lane 2. Robinson Industries Pro Open, Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Let's get them up in the lanes and pair it up, please. Let's pair them up. Get elimination round number 1 in the books. Once we run the pro categories, we will run Sportsman, traditional run order. It'll be Ultra Sportsman first, followed by Super Comp, followed by Top Gas. So your next category is on racetrack. Brian Smith, if you could meet Santi Rodriguez in the water box area. Once we get ready to kick it off, we'll hand over the keys to Chaplain Santi Rodriguez and the golden lungs of Brian Barbwire Smith for the national anthem and the invocation, and we'll kick this off. But can't do it without the Pro Mod bikes in 2 and the Pro Open bikes in 3. Well, I see members of the Rick Perry fan club walking about. Big Rick Perry bringing an entourage. Got the whole fleet over there. The Rick Perry fan club growing in size by day. Hundreds of thousands of followers. Pro Mod, if you got your pair, push them on up. Looks like Smitty and Braden Davis got the memo, and thank you guys for pushing right on up. Get your pair, push it up. It's going to be that simple because it's race day. 2's going to go down, 1's going to come back. And John Markham, while you're not busy, you could visit the tower. John Markham, if you feel froggy, just go ahead and visit the tower. Number 1 Pittsburgh Steelers fan, Albert, he might not be up yet, but he's going to have to make a visit too. Betting on the round ball versus the round man didn't work out well for him.
No, ma'am, you're fine. I just want to get in the shade. I can't stay in the sun right now.
Test 1 2.
Robinson Industries #1 qualifier in Pro Open, Tommy Saxon there in the lanes. Pro Open, lane 3, please, and also Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 to the back of lane 4 preparings. Once you got your dancing partner, push it up into the front of 4, please. Clear the lane, get it up to the front.
Bill Hahn Jr. here with Kyle Fulgham of Kyle Fulgham Pump and Well Service. And Kyle here, of course, is the sponsor of the motorcycle class during the NHRA Summit Bracket Series right here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. So he's out here supporting us at the MTC Spring Nationals as well. So Kyle, tell me a little bit about what got you interested in sponsoring the class for the local bracket series.
Just to get the word out about our business, starting the business up, and we race here. We've been racing here for 12 years, so it's a good thing to keep everything at home.
Outstanding. And so your business is relatively new?
Yeah, we opened it 2 years ago, but I've been in this industry for 21 years.
I'm sure it's a big industry here in this area. So let's see. I see you got an 894 dial on the bike. We've got Super Comp on here as well. How many classes are you running this weekend?
2. We're running Super Comp and Pro ET.
And obviously we're running the Super Comp index of, let's see, that's 890. And then do you run 894 in ET?
894 on the dot.
On the dot. So, you know, famous old class. Super Comp's been with us for a good long time, and it's definitely one of the most popular classes. But, you know, keep in mind that drag racing starts at the grassroots level. And these national events are a great way to bring out all the heavy hitters, but a big part of it is local. You know, these are the feeder series, all the different bracket series around the nation. So it's always interesting to see racers involved on a level where they're not only supporting the series, but also sponsoring the series. So I'd like to thank you very much for that, Kyle. And what's your plan here this weekend? You got a pretty good handle on the index?
We went out first round of Pro ET. We got treed. Leaves us in Super Comp. We hope to keep going rounds.
There you go. Whatever a racer needs. So once again, Kyle Fulgham, sponsor of the local motorcycle class here during the NHRA Bracket Series, and another Man Cup racer here at the MTC Spring Nationals. Brought to you by FuelTech. FuelTech is everywhere.
All right, guys, before we start, take a look to your right, take a look to your left, and take a look around you. The people that you see here around you, those are the guys that one of these days we're going to look back and say, man, where did he go? So tomorrow's promised to no one. Treasure the moments, treasure the friendships. All right, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Heavenly Gracious Father, Lord, we thank you for an absolutely beautiful day. A little windy, but we know it's your breath, Lord. We ask you, Lord, to bless everyone on this facility. Bless the staff, Lord. Be with them. Give them the strength and the diligence, Lord, to do their jobs. Give us the best, safe, and best track that we can have. We ask you to be with each and every racer, Lord. Keep them safe. Let their machines run straight and true. And may the best man or woman win in their respective categories. We ask you, Lord, to be with the fans. They're the ones that help us be here, Lord, and we do our racing for them. Keep them safe. Let them have great fellowship, and give them all travel mercies home. We ask you to be with each and every racer and keep us safe until our next appointed time. And it's in the precious name of Jesus that we pray. Amen. Turn it over to Mr. Brian for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Great job, brother.
Wonderful job there by Santi Rodriguez and Brian Smith both. We're ready to kick off the elimination process right here in Fast by Gas Pro Modified. Paired up and in lane 2, and then we'll move to Pro Open behind that, 460. Pro Street Bikes can bring them lane 5, Pro Street to 5. Grudge test hit out of 6, and then Real Street out of 7. How'd you work out last night, Albert? That all work out good for you?
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
Davis, your number 3 qualifier, coming in 4:11 with a 1. Gerald Smitty Smith, Savannah, Georgia, on his Hayabusa. He had trouble last night, but he's got it fixed up and ready to rock and roll. He qualified number 6 with a 4:40. Here it is, final elimination time. Here you go. We got Smitty or Braden Davis. Moving them in. Smitty jumps the light by just a tick, and it is over. Oh, Braden Davis laying the hammer down, baby. That's a hammer. 399, 178. 399, 178. Gerald Smith goes 442 at 160. Low ET and top speed of the category so far. Braden Davis picks up 12 hundredths over his qualifying time. The rocket ship out of Douglas, Georgia, jumping up there. Outstanding performance by Braden Davis. Next up, you got Rick Perry. He qualified 5th with a 428. Terry Wynn in the left lane. Oh, Perry goes red by 1 thou. Perry turns it red by a thou, goes a 418, his best of the event, 172. Perry goes red by just a thou. Terry Wynn was late at 087. He was there for the take, and his 414, 177 for Terry Wynn advancing. Rick Perry turned that one pink. It was just by a thousandth of a second. This is your legal buy run right here. Jeff House, your number 1 qualifier through all 3 sessions. He was low ET of each of the 3 sessions. He wound up with a 406 at 175. He has already seen Braden Davis go a 399. Braden running that into TBM brakes lane. Jeff House in the summit lane. What does your number one qualifier have here? Good looking pass for Jeff. 403-175. 403-175 for Jeff House, moving on to round two. And this is a competition break right here. Richard Gadsden will move into round number two with a competition break. His opponent, I believe that would have been Tyrone Lemons, unable to make the call for round one. Richard Gadsden on the Perry Performance entry. Let's see what he's got. Green light start. 423-169. Richard might have been there for the taking, but you have to make the call. Richard Gadsden advancing to the next round at a 423. Braden Davis leading the charge with a monster 399 there in the first round. He's going to carry lane choice in the semifinals. And we move into Robinson Industries Pro Open. Here we go. Number one qualifier, Tommy Saxon in the right lane. He was low ET holder until Braden Davis showed up this morning. We'll see if what Tommy's got on his Bilbo's Racing tuned Suzuki Hayabusa. Rob Giard on the turbocharged Kawasaki out of Tennessee. Multi-time champion here in Robinson Industries Pro Open. Tommy Saxon looking to be the class of the field this weekend so far. We've got to see. That's why you race him on the track. There they go, they're moving it in. GR turns it red. Green light start for Saxon, 405, 184. Tommy Saxon retaining top speed of the event. He goes a 405, improving his performance. Rob Giard looked like a clutch malfunction, drug him through the lights, unfortunately ending his day. So it will be Tommy Saxon moving on with improvement in the ET department, bettering his earlier 408 number one qualifying position. He goes a 405, 184.67 is top speed of the meet. Tough break for the Giard Racing team out of Tennessee, sponsored by Stagecoach Hot Sauce. I need Pro Street Riders. Pro Street Riders to 5. Grudge, hits in 6, and Real Street to 7, please. Pro Street to 5 immediately. Grudge to 6 for test hit. 7 is Real Street, please. Ultra Sportsman to the rear of lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, let's get to the rear of 4 for pairings. This is Jeffrey Hill. He's on an opponent broke single. John Terranova unable to make the call with his D&G chassis sponsored Kawasaki ZX14, damaged it on his run Friday night. Hill moving in. He's got a known entity, 413, 172. Outstanding pass for Jeffrey Hill. Tommy Saxon will retain lane choice in the final over Jeff Hill for all the marbles here in Robinson Industries Pro Open. And 460's upon us. If you are not paired and ready to roll in the staging lanes in 460, I don't know what planet you're on, racers. Tyrone Lemons, first pair out. He unfortunately couldn't make the call in Pro Mod. His bike was damaged beyond repair, but he's out here competing in 460 as well. Mantez Thompson, I guess you call him senior. Tyrone moving in on the left side. Mantez steady running. Mantez Thompson Sr. Got Junior carefully watching out there. Great drag race. Outstanding race. Tyrone struggling to keep it in his lane. He breaks out 4:59 with a 2. Tyrone reaction time advantage 0.14 to Mantez's 0.21. Mantez 60 with a 5. Tremendous pass to kick off 460 action. What a pair right there. Tyrone's got to be saying, what do I have to do to win the round? Left on him, just broke out by a couple thou. OG out there in the summit side, the OG. Cootie Thomas out of Conyers, Georgia. Terrence Washington, St. Charles, Missouri, left side. Cootie, something wrong with the bike. May not have had the nitrous activated. Washington, oh so close with a 461. And Terrence was dead late on the starting line. Terrence nearly broke out. Terrence Washington advancing to the second round of eliminations. He'll tune that thing up, he'll tighten up his ride, and he'll be a threat second round. Scotty Samish, Kawasaki rider, left side. Samish left, Wheeler right. The champ puts it to him. 461 for the win. Scotty Samish going under at 455. Reaction time, the difference. Sean Wheeler moves on to round number 2, showing why he is the champ. Left side, that is Brian Smith, who just sang our national anthem. He's on the left lane on barbed wire, his Kawasaki entry out of the Smith family, just up the road. From the racetrack here. Right lane, we got Curtis Winston the third. Big Curtis coming up from St. Louis. Curtis left too early, did not leave before the tree was activated, so he's done. We'll get no time. Brian probably drawn off by Curtis leaving, went red, but he goes a 4:59 with a 9 for the win. 4:59 with a 9. Pro Street to lane 5. Grudge for a time hit, lane 6, and Real Street lane 7, please. I need Ultra Sportsman back of lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman rear of lane 4 for pairings. Brian Smith on barbed wire, moving on to round number 2. He's out of Lenox, Georgia, just up the road from here. Ultra Sportsman once again rear of lane number 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman pairings rear of 4. Brandon Elliott left lane and Rashad Jones right side. Great drag race. Woo! Brandon Elliott went 460 with a 4 and he needed every bit of it. Rashad Jones went 463 and he was 2 better on the tree. That was a great race. Margin of victory 0-1-3. Give it to Brandon Elliott. Outstanding drag race right there. John Krakalici, the captain, coming in from Clearwater, Florida. He's got a competition single. Dana Delk on the unique Honda has reported broken, unable to make the call, so the captain gets a freebie. Somewhere Pete Gutslow's smiling about it on his 60th. Captain, smooth and straight, he's gonna break out. 459, 149. The racetrack is fast. Conditions are rocket ship fast. 459 at only 149. And it appears we've got 2 more opponent broke singles here. Now, Morris Ball, Kawasaki rider in the TBM brake side. His opponent was scheduled to be Rick Perry, and we saw that the rear wheel on the Perry machine destroyed itself on the starting line. Last night in the final round of qualifying, they were unable to make the fix. All right, Morris Ball. He's been seeing a lot of his competitors going too quick. What's Morris got in store? Ball 453, 153. Tension in the staging lanes. Clear the debris out of lane 6, 5, and 7. Get your golf carts out of the lanes, please. Those are active lanes. It's not a golf cart parking area. Please move your golf carts. Lanes 5, 6, and 7 are active. We need the pit equipment moved. Last up, it's Rock Sanders. Rock actually is in an earned by run. This is a earned by. Rock got it tuned up. 461 at 157. He made the necessary adjustments. He's on the number. Rock Sanders moves into round two. We'll go into a little bit of preparation on the racetrack, changing the racing surface to more of a radial type prep. We'll be down for a minute, but a great time to visit the concession stand here at the base of the tower. The concession stand is wide open, got cold drinks and warm food for you. 5 will be Pro Street, 6 will be Grudge Test, and 7, Real Street, please. I need my Ultra Sportsman riders to the back of 4 for pairings. As soon as you have your pair, push it up to the front of 4, please. Find your dancing partner and push it up. 2 are going to go down, 1's going to come back. That was Patrick Borg from Sweden. 7:24.202, his best pass of the weekend. Ultra Sportsman, final call. Ultra Sportsman, final call. We will be moving into J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman immediately behind the pros. So if you haven't got there and found your partner, you will be a competition no-show. Ultra Sportsman, final call, rear of staging lane 4 for pairings. GT Tonglet, right side, Metairie, Louisiana. Here's your number 2 qualifier at 4:02. Nice launch for GT. Hiccup at the 3:30 and he's off the gas. But it was a nice clean launch for GT. It was 9:08 at only 1:04. Gonna be Ultra Sportsman, back of 4. And I then I'm going to put the call out now for Supercomp, back of 5. Supercomp, bring him up to the back of 5 and find your partner, and then push him up to the front of 5. Just that easy. All right, this is real street action. Be time shot action in real street as well, same as it was in Pro Street. Bud Herod right side, George Cross left side. These were your number 1 and 2 qualifiers. They're just going to continue to make test hits. And they'll run off elimination at some point. Herod quicker through the 8th mile, 7:68 and a 7:89 for George Cross. Spencer Claycomb, your number 3 qualifier, going to take a hit at the Summit Racing lane. 791, 170 for Spencer, and that'll put a period on the pros. We'll move into J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman Eliminations. This is J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman 950 fixed index action, and unfortunately first pair looks like Dave Young's entry has failed. He's backing out of the beam. Brian Rudisil going to get the opponent broke single to kick it off. Super comp, back to lane 5 for pairings. Super comp, rear of lane 5 for pairings. Super comp, rear of 5 for pairings. Rudisil 965 at 140 for the opponent broke single victory. Wade Smith, your #1 qualifier in the right lane, and Bob Burt, left side. Green lights a pair. Finish line. Burt, double breakout by thousandths of a second. Bob Burt, 4th thou better. He goes 945 with an 8, and that's less evil than 945 with a 4 by Wade Smith. Double breakout, your #1 qualifier. Wade Smith, his day is over in Ultra Sportsman action. Duffy Freeman and Brad Rudisil. Next up, Duffy on a ZX14, Rudisil on a Hayabusa. Duffy the win at a 970. Brad Rudisil going 970, and you don't need to be told what happened there. Huge reaction time advantage for Duffy Freeman. Rudisil might have double clutched it. Just his starting line process was off, and it spilled into the feet. Freeman Florida on a Hayabusa right side. Ed Ruffin, he's on a ZRX 1100. Horta W. Horta gets the victory. Don Horta go 961, beating the 965. Don Horta moving on. Stanley Russell, left side, and Lindbergh Simmons, right side. Traditional Kawasaki versus Suzuki battle here. Both riders away. Stanley taking a win, 956, defeating the quicker 954. MTC Engineering Super Comp riders, rear of lane number 5 for pairings, please. Rear of 5 for pairings, Super Comp riders. Rear of lane 5, please pair them up. John Markham, Bowling Green, Kentucky, right side, he qualified 8th. Steve Usher, your number 16 qualifier in the left-hand lane. Usher moving out, moving down through there. Give it the mark of 951, taking out the 942 from Usher. Montez Thompson Jr. left side, and Gregory Crawford right side. Montez clearly ahead, and he does take the win. 989 besting the 973. Another major reaction time advantage. So Super Comp riders, let's get them paired up. Super Comp riders, please pair them up. Super Comp riders, let's get them paired up. Top gassers, you guys are on standby. Top gas is on standby. Charlie Brown getting an opponent broke single. Chris Rolls not able to make the call in that first round action. 943 for Charlie Brown. Moving into round number 2. And that's it for J2 to Connect. Ultra Sportsman MTC Super Comp will be next up. MTC Engineering Super Comp action moving into the 890 category.
My name is Ariel Carter Cross. I live in Conyers, Georgia. I'll be racing Street ET and Ultra Sportsman, which is also known as Street Fighter. What inspired me to start racing was my husband, Randall Cross, we're known as Cross Performance. So he got me into racing. Well, I started racing with my father, but once I married him, he kind of got me more into it, racing every weekend, built me a bike, and I just been loving it ever since then. One of my most memorable races, I would probably say it would be right after I had my son. I went to the finals, and it was either Street ET or Ultra Sportsman. And so it was a big accomplishment just coming out from having a baby and then winning the race. I'm a runner-up. My greatest accomplishment, I would have to say, would be to be able to just race and actually be competitive in the class to go rounds. Some of the major challenges I have faced, I would probably say it would be actually just learning the bike, going over new setups, basically just getting the hang of racing. Because I have hit the wall, sideswiped the wall, and so coming back from that and just going harder, I would say that's probably like a major. Something about myself that I think fans will be surprised about. One is to have a female that's racing, but I would probably say something that my fans will probably be surprised about is that I can race my bike and be able to compete with some of the big dogs.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Top gassers to the rear of 5.
My name is Mantez Thompson Jr. and I live in Decatur, Alabama. I've been racing since I was 14 years old on the motorcycles, but all together I've been racing since I believe I was 6 years old with Junior Drag. My granddad, my great-granddad, my granddad, my uncle, and my dad, they all race. My dad has raced on the professional level. And shoot, ever since I was a baby, I've been around it, loved it, dreamed it, sleep it, everything. My most memorable race, I would say, might have been my first ever event win on Chucky. I was in Crossville, Tennessee, 2021, and I ended up winning on in Top Gas against arguably one of the greatest Top Gas races ever, Joe Dick. My greatest accomplishment in general will be, I say, winning on this bike, man. I wouldn't say I faced too many major challenges in racing, but overall, just me with my height, you know what I'm saying? I'm not afraid to say I'm 4'9". So, you know, playing sports throughout middle school, high school, you know what I'm saying? I was always looked past because, you know what I'm saying, I was so short, I wasn't as tall as everybody else. So, you know, being able to come out here and race, it shows that anybody can do whatever they want, they put their mind to. Don't ever let somebody tell you can't do this because of your height. Don't let somebody tell you can't do this because of your weight. You know, so I'm really here just to show people that they can do whatever they put their mind to. I'm 4'9", and I'm out here doing this. Folks can't believe it, bro. When I get off the bike or when I'm walking around without my suit on, people don't realize that I'm a racer till they see me in action. All right, this is a Suzuki Hayabusa, just a little amped up. You know, it ain't nothing too major, but it get the job done. A little highway 20 horsepower. I can go out here, I can run top gas, I can run 460, I can grudge, I can do it all with this bike. I can do it all in one day.
Good chance they're gonna come up victorious based on that. Rich Holder right side, Bob Mann, and here we are. We're kicking off event sponsor MTC Engineering Super Comp. They've been the class sponsor since inception with Man Cup. Man, 896 taking out the 897 of Holder, and Holder had a reaction time advantage. Margin of victory, 1,000. Bob Mann made that as skinny as you could on the big end. He won by 1,000. Moving on to round 2 is Bob Mann. John Loney, Zell, South Carolina, right side, and Gary Russell coming up from Inglewood, Florida. He's in the left-hand lane. Good little drag race here. Pair of Kawasaki's going down through, and it is Russell with a whole shot victory. Gary Russell, 897, besting John Loney's 894. Scott DeLong next up in the left lane. And we've got the Fulgham family from right here in Adel, Georgia. Proud sponsor here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. You've got the Fulgham Well Service, and that is Kyle Fulgham right there. Kyle himself in the right lane. Green lights a pair. What's the finish line got for us? And it is Fulgham. Moving on is 896. Scott DeLong off pace. 12:02. Something going awry on DeLong's machine. Spells an early exit for Scotty DeLong. Kyle Fulgham from Adel, Georgia, moving on to round 2. Taylor Harper, your number 2 qualifier right side. He's up against Damian Solis on a Hayabusa out of Spring Hill, Florida. Double breakout. Taylor Harper, less of 2 evils, 889 with a 7. Solis had to go 884 in the loss. Harper moving on to round 2. Randy Smith making Georgia right side. He's got his brother Jimmy filming him. Jimmy and Randy Smith been doing this a long time. And that's Santi Rodriguez, former national champion, in the left lane. He was a number 10 qualifier, and it is Santi. Double breakout again. Another double breakout. Santi 886, the less of 2 evils. Randy way under at 877. Randy did carry a pretty good reaction time advantage there, but could not parlay that into the W. Rodriguez moving on to round 2. Next up, Larry Slim Bradley left side, and it's Stacy Smith on the right side. Oh, Stacy having a problem right off the line. Bike may not have been in gear. Larry Bradley, if he does not break out, which he did not, Larry Bradley taking the W and moving on to round 2. Stacy Smith with trouble right off the line. Did get it moving and motored down through there in defeat. Mike Perry, Venice, Florida, next up in the TBM brakes lane. And that's CJ Mims on the right lane. CJ ZX14 entry. Right lane timed out on the tree is the word from the starting line. Perry takes a win. He goes 882 at 150 mile per hour. Mike was your number 25 qualifier, and he moves on to round 2. Mike Perry moving on to round 2. ET Riders, Street ET, bring them back to lane 1 for random pair. Pro ET, lane 2, random pair. V-Twin ET, lane 3, random pair, and I need my top gassers. Next up, Top Gas, lane 5 for pairing. Oh, we got Bryce Jackson. Bryce Jackson, McDonough, Georgia, right side, and Daryl Stevens, left side. And it is Bryce Jackson, double breakout. Jackson had the reaction time advantage and played it to a W. Bryce Jackson moving on to the second round of competition. Very close race down there, 887 besting and 885 in that pair. Rylan Rowe, right side, and Samuel Parrish, left side. Rowe, 891, besting the 888. Sam Parrish going under to get the win light, but he broke out. Rylan Rowe, a solid 891 at 149 for the win. Lindbergh Simmons, right lane. Dwayne Schmidt Jr., left side. Lindbergh pulling the wheel. See if that's going to hurt him. Green light's a pair. This will definitely be a finish line race. Dwayne Schmidt, the victory, 930. Off pace, Lindbergh, something wrong with his Kawasaki. Off pace, 1757 at only 38 mile an hour. All right, looks like Mike Lakoski on the left side. We are waiting for the track to clear. Looks like that could be Mike Lakoski left side and Michael Smith in the right lane. Word is that the track is clear and they're free to move it in. Starter down there, very aware of what's going on his racetrack. Great race right here. These guys are tied together. 894 Lakoski taking the W. Smith 896 coming in second. They were both 0-2 on the tree. They were both 570 to the 8th mile stripe, doing it exactly the same. Wade Smith, he just went down in Ultra Sportsman action. Can he take care of business here in Super Comp? He's got Braden Davis in the other lane. It is going to be Braden Davis, 896, taking the win. Wade Smith was 0-19 on the tree. He had the reaction time advantage. He just couldn't run the mark. He was off pace at 9 flat, spelled this defeat. Wade Smith taking 2 back-to-back defeats there. Unfortunately, Braden Davis moving on to second round competition with the Timblin Kawasaki. Got John Markham here in the Summit Racing Lane. He's gonna hope that his on-track luck is better than his basketball luck. See what happens. You got Bernard Gilbert out of Covington, Georgia on the left lane. Solid win for Markham, 9:04, besting an 8:93. And the reaction time advantage marked there for Markham. All right, I've got Dave Young going to be coming up here in the puddle. But first up, Shane Cunningham, left side. Rodney Gant must be reporting broke. Unfortunately, Big Rodney not able to make the call. Tough news for his Kawasaki, but Shane Cunningham moving on. 888 at 147. He'll be in round 2 action. Top gas if you're not in 5 for pairings. Excuse me, lane 6. Top gas if you're not back there in 6 to pair them up. You're going to miss the round possibly. And we look at another opponent broke single. Dave Young. No, excuse me. Dave Young was your number 1 qualifier, so he has an earned bye. Dave Young, an earned bye run here.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
All right, y'all, this is Rashad Jones out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. Today we running Top Gas. My late uncle, Roosevelt Jones, he was pretty good in Top Gas. He won the Syndrome Championship in 2006. He had 3 Top Gas bikes, and we kept all 3 of them. We still got them, me and my other 2 cousins. So it started with him, and we just carrying the legacy on. I would have to say the most memorable would be my first race that I won in Huntsville, Alabama. First time at the 7-Eleven actually competing, and we was able to bring it home. Bike was running strong. I was on, so we done pretty good. That's my first memorable race. Major challenges, me being in Top Gas, of course, a lot of people know Joe Dack and John Spooky Markham. They were tough, man. They kind of made everybody in Top Gas the people who they are as far as their competitive edge. So I would have to say them guys, man. This is my cousin's bike that I put together a year and a half ago, and this is the first time out. The second pass on that setup, new engine, wiring and all, was yesterday here testing. We had to work a lot of bugs out, but we seem to be going in the right direction. We started out 525 and got it down to a 513. So it's working right now, it's working. Outside of racing, I'm a gearhead, man. I'm a diesel technician. I graduated from WildTech in Blairsville, Pennsylvania with honors. In October, I started working with Penske Truck Leasing in January, and I've been there ever since. So 10 years, but now I just recently got promoted to supervisor. Surprising to my fans, that I like to listen to gospel. It keeps me level-headed, keeps me calm. When I'm going through or whatever rough day, I put on some gospel, and I got it playing my trailer right now. So I listen to it a lot, gospel and old blues.
The class sponsor, Kenny Schwartz himself in the Summit Racing lane. Mark Chaffee left side. Schwartz with trouble after a great launch. Schwartz was 007, 831 for the win for Mark Chaffee, Jupiter, Florida. Kenny Schwartz, trouble on track, and he may be stuck on the track. We may need his crew to extradite him. Kenny Schwartz pit crew, we're going to need that bike extracted off the racing surface. Something broke on Kenny Schwartz's bike after a great launch. Mark Chaffee taking the W. He was your number 14 qualifier at 8:27. Kenny Schwartz's day is over in Top Gas. V-Twin ET, we got all 4 of our riders in lane 3. You guys will be up after Top Gas. We'll move to Street ET after that. You are above 16, so it's still on random pair. Best winning reaction time of the last round gets the potential bye. That'll be called down to the head of staging. And the same thing with MPS Racing Pro ET. Best winning reaction time of the round will get the potential bye. They're also over 16, so that is a random poll. Next round, it is determined Street ET and Pro ET will be on a ladder. Street ET and Pro ET next round will be laddered. Got the long left side. He takes an automatic win. Rodney McFarland goes red. Rodney, red light start, 8:19. It's probably Rodney's best Top Gas pass of the weekend, unfortunately, in a losing effort. DeLong, 8:07, 162. Conditions are outstanding for performance, and the SGMP surface is rewarding those guys and gals with some time slips. Strong numbers being produced. Richard Holder, right side of the track, and Dave Young, left side. Young, your number 16 qualifier. Holder, your number 8. Based on qualifying, Holder having the advantage, but throw that out the window on Sunday. Green lights. Finish line. Dave Young taking the dub. Richard Holder breaking out. Holder had a slight reaction time advantage, but could not turn that into a win. Dave Young playing the finish line better in that one. Dave Young's 8:25, moving on. Rich Holder taking a chunk of stripe. Number 1 qualifier, Rashad Rowe, earning his legal bye run.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
My name is Josie Brooks. I live in Arkona, Ontario, Canada. Well, I've been riding a motorcycle for about 18 years, and then I probably raced for, good 10 or 15.
Reed Harper left lane and Brian Rudisil right side. Green lights a pair. Finish line, give it a Rudisil. 9:53. Takes the W. Double breakout. Rudisil very close. Harper, a couple hundredths under. Tate Horta, Colin Nash. Tate Horta, 9:22 on a 9:23 for Tate. 2 over the number. Colin Nash couldn't run his number. He goes 8:69 on an 8:62. Brody Davis turns it red by just 6 thou. Brody Davis's day is done in Street ET. Ed Ruffin moving on. Ed, early shutoff. Don't know if it was trouble or he saw the wind light. Ed Ruffin moving on. Ed Ruffin taking that victory. Slow roller, taking some time to get off of the racing surface. Got John Markham next up left side and Randall Cross right lane. Cross and Markham here. Green lights a pair. Finish line will determine this one. Green lights, and it is Markham for the W. 47 on the 46. Randall Cross having to go under. You know what that means. Reaction time disadvantage. And that is a victory for Markham. I got Stacy Smith next up on his Harley in the TBM Brakes lane, and Stanley Russell, Hayabusa, Gen 1. Excuse me, Gen 2 Busa for Stanley. Right side. Another double green light affair. Big speed difference, and it is Stanley. 953 out of 951. Stanley Russell. Stacy Smith, 33 on a 25 in defeat. Stan Russell moving on. Bryce Jackson next up, right side. He taking on Charlie Brown from McRae, Georgia. Charlie, no joke out here today. Been laying the wood to these folks. Charlie Brown goes red, 0-1-6. Bryce Jackson taking the W on to the next round. He goes in 878 on his 883 dial-in. Bryce Jackson moving on. Pro Bikes, I need you to bring them back to the lanes, please. Pro Bikes, next round, you'll be next up. Don Horta, left side. Wade Smith, right side. Steve Usher, your legal buy run. Usher had the best winning reaction time in the first round. Excuse me, second round there. And Usher, 926 on a 925. Next round, Street ET Racers. Voodoo Custom, Street ET Racers. You guys will be on the ladder next round. And that'll be the case for MPS Racing Pro ET as well.
My name is Josie Brooks. I live in Arkona, Ontario, Canada. So I've been riding a motorcycle for about 18 years, and then I probably raced for, good 10 or 15 before that. It's been some time. My dad got me started in drag racing, and then my husband and I made the switch to motorcycles, and it's been stuck ever since. I have two motorcycles. My top gas bike is called Bad Motor Scooter. It's 1993, I think. GSXR 750 with 1640 in it. And then my new bike, we call her New Girl. Hopefully it's going to get into a 460 bike. The first time I ever raced was a disaster. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I had no idea. You think you know, and you just don't. There's so much to learn, and even the intricacies of burnouts and staging, and then trying to learn to race a stripe. I think my most memorable race would be Rockingham of this year. We won both Pro ET and Top Gas that day. Challenges to overcome with racing are so many. I think that, you know, a positive mindset, it's easy to take all the knocks that you get with drag racing and let it weigh you down, but you have to treat every round like it's a new round, a new day, and put that out of your head and start fresh. I am very superstitious, so I like to wear the same shirts, the same shoes. I even so bad as putting, you know, the left glove on first always. People probably think my husband only owns one shirt because on race day he's only allowed to wear his blue Suzuki shirt. I have a horseshoe in the trailer right now, actually, yes, and I have a beaded charm on my leathers that my cousin actually gave me years and years ago. So the person that tries to talk me out of it the most would be Mr. Chad Otts. But you know, I think it's all in good fun, really. One thing most people would be surprised to know about me, you know what, maybe is that I have never had a motorcycle license. I have only had drag bike licenses from the different sanctioning bodies. Never once street, road, or done a motorcycle driving test ever.
My name is Blake Harvey. I've been racing probably about 7 years now. Started out in the 460 and running Pro Mod now, which has always been my dream. My dad was definitely my inspiration. He used to race, you know, back in the day, and he's kind of helped me, you know, carry me through this and teach me a lot of things, and really grateful for that. Most memorable race was probably the 2021 Man Cup World Finals. It was my first Pro Mod race ever. We had a, you know, really good outing. First Pro Mod race, went all the way to the finals against Paul Gas, and that was a really memorable moment for me. Really enjoyed that. It was a great weekend for us. Greatest accomplishment, I'd probably have to say our double race win that we just had this season at Rockingham. Got combined with Pro Open, and had a tough weekend, but we fought it out and then took home the win. Got a combined win, both classes, and I'd say that was pretty memorable. You know, big win for us. I feel like we're kind of the newest person in the Pro Mod class, so we're kind of having to learn a lot of stuff that a lot of these guys have been doing for a long time. So it's tough for us. It's a steep learning curve. There's a lot of competition. Some of these guys are been doing this for decades, and they're tough to beat, tough competitors. Yeah. So the bike, it's a Growthis chassis. We bought this from a guy named Jeff Jones quite a while ago. Started running 460. We have a 1850cc GS 1100 base motor, big 48 millimeter Electron carburetors. Our best time on the bike's been a 401 at 179 mile an hour. To say one thing that's surprising that might be different than a lot of these other guys out here is I don't really ride on the street. I don't have a street bike. I don't do none of that. I'm a racer. I'm a track only kind of guy. I mean, there's a lot of crazy people out there on the road. I have ridden on the street, but I don't even have a road bike right now. So, you know, I'm kind of a track only guy at the moment. It's kind of weird, you know, running Pro Mod, a fast class, crazy class like this, and you won't even see me out on the street on two wheels. You know, that's kind of interesting, I think.
Sean Rainey dialed 783. John Loney dialed 867. Loney, Rainey, great first pair to kick off MPS Racing Pro ET. Loney for the win, 866, double breakout. Sean Rainey had an 019 light and he was late. Loney, 001 to the green. Loney breaking out by just a bit. Daryl Perkins right side and Damian Solis left lane. Both riders hard at it. Give the win to Perkins. 836 on the 830 dial, 896 off pace on the 883 dial for Solis. Daryl Perkins moving on. Brandon Rodriguez left side, Bellevue, Florida, Gixxer 1000. And Mike Perry, Venice, Florida, venerable Kawasaki racer. Rodriguez goes red. Automatic win for Perry. Perry, 866 on an 866 dial. He's dialed. Mike Perry's dialed. Brandon was right there, 912 on the 910, but the red light spelled defeat. A quick look at the racing surface. Might have had a piece of debris come up for that entry. Pro Mod to 2, Pro Open to 3, 460 to lane 4. Fittipaldi Petrez. Right side in 21X in the left lane. Win. Left side. Right side in defeat, 1010 off his 988 dial. Spelling defeat. A 892 on his 876. He did have the reaction time advantage in the TBM brakes lanes. Chuck Curls, Pelham, Georgia, right side, and Mike Lakoski, Fleming Island, Florida, left side. Curls' day is over. He goes 024 red. He's out. Lakoski, 882 on an 882 dial. Dead on. Chuck Curls was 824 on his 826, so he was ready for it, but unfortunately turned it pink. We got all the stars from around the world tuned in. The guys up in Iowa. Grothis Drag Bikes, a very proud Man Cup sponsor, working on Sunday, building another drag bike chassis, are tuned in to the Man Cup feed. That's Kevin Peterson, left side. He goes red. His day is done. Markham, 009 for John Markham. He advances on. 862 on an 863 for Markham. These guys are all over their dial-ins. All over them. It's going to be some tough sledding in the ET rounds. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. right side. Rodney McFarland, who did just lose in street ET. Dwayne Schmidt, Rodney McFarland, green lights a pair. Big speed left side. Breakout. Double breakout. Less of two evils, Schmidt. Schmidt moving on. Dwayne Schmidt moving on in that Summit Racing lane. Pro Mod, bring him to lane 2. Pro Open lane 3. 460, lane 4. Braden Davis, right side. Toby Malphus, 20 years parked, is back at it. Braden, Toby. Finish line will determine this one. Braden Davis, double breakout, 885, the less of two evils. Toby had to go 841. Both riders with 0-2 reaction times. Outstanding job on the tree. And Braden playing the finish line that much better, taking the win. Rashad Rowe with the legal bye run. This puts a period on MPS Racing Pro ET. Rashad Rowe, 820 dial, goes an 822. Move into a little bit of track maintenance. We saw what that did in first round.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
My name is I live in Conyers, Georgia. I'll be racing Street ET and Ultra Sportsman, which is also known as Street Fighter. What inspired me to start racing was my husband, Randall Cross. We're known as Cross Performance, so he got me into racing. Well, I started racing with my father, but once I married him, he kind of got me more into it, racing every weekend, built me a bike, and I just been loving it ever since then. One of my most memorable races, I would probably say it would be right after I had my son. I went to the finals, and it was either Street ET or Ultra Sportsman. And so it was a big accomplishment just coming out from having a baby and then winning the race, coming runner-up. My greatest accomplishment, I would have to say, would be to be able to just race and actually be competitive in the class, to go rounds. Some of the major challenges I have faced, I would probably say it would be actually just learning the bike, going over new setups, basically just getting the hang of racing. Because I have hit the wall, sideswiped the wall, and so coming back from that and just going harder, I would say that's probably like a major. Something about myself that I think fans will be surprised about. One is to have a female that's racing, but I would probably say something that my fans will probably be surprised about is that I can race my bike and be able to compete with some of the big dogs.
That's for Pro Mod. Jeff House will be taking on, I believe, Terry Wynn, and Braden Davis will take on Richard Gadsden on the Perry Performance entry. Once again, concession stand at the base of the tower is open if you need something cold to drink. Stay hydrated out in the sun. Please make sure you take care of that. They got hot food, cold drinks, everything you need right here at the concession stand. Food truck is down there too, and they got some awesome options down there. Restaurant quality options. Check them out. Coming all the way over from the Panhandle. Here you go. Fast by Gas Pro Mod in the puddle. First pair up is going to be your number one qualifier, Jeff and Sandra House out of Texas. He's got lane choice and chooses the Summit Racing lane. Next lane, that's Terry, the hardest working man in drag racing out of Jacksonville, Florida. Nate's got him fixed up, tuned up, and ready to go in the TBM brakes lane. Terry did qualify number 4 with a 4:11. Jeff House went a 4:06 to be on the pole. He improved to a 4:03 first round. Terry Wynn taking advantage of the Rick Perry red light, went a 4:14. So Terry improved as well, performance-wise. Excellent, tight competition here in Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Jeff House, your number one qualifier and second lowest ET of round 1. Right side and Terry Wynn, left side, Wynn turns it red. He gives it back the same way Perry gave it to him. 001 red. 001 red for Terry Wynn, but it would not have mattered. Jeff House powers to a 4:05 at 173 to move into the final. Terry gave it all. Red light start, 4:21 at only 168. Terry Wynn, his day ends in the semifinals. Richard Gadsden next up. Just saw Jeff House go a 4:05 in that lane, so he knows the lane is ready to go. Braden Davis dropped the hammer on them all. Timblin Chassis, Davis Racing, they dropped the hammer in the first round, went 399. Davis went 399. Richard Gadsden slowed up a bit in the first round. They may be working with a wounded motor right there. You cannot count Gadsden out at all. Richard, I can ride anything. Gadsden out of Vance and Hines. Nephew of the fabled Ricky Gadsden. Rider for Wallace King back in the day. Both riders moving in. They're gone. Green lights. Davis 102 to 60. Davis 401 for the win. You heard the misfire, and that was Gadsden. I need the paramedics to report to the bleacher stands. All right, we do have a non-racing situation that is going to cause us to have a pause in action. Right now we have an incident in the bleachers.
My name is Mantez Thompson Jr., and I live in Decatur, Alabama. I've been racing since I was 14 years old on the motorcycles, but all together I've been racing since I believe I was 6 years old with junior drag. My granddad, my great-granddad, my granddad, my uncle, my dad, they all race. My dad has raced on the professional level. And shoot, ever since I was a baby, I've been around it, loved it, dreamed it, sleep it, everything. My most memorable race, I would say, might have been my first ever event win on Chucky. I was in Crossville, Tennessee 2021, and I ended up winning on Top Gas against arguably one of the greatest Top Gas races ever, Joe Dick. My greatest accomplishment in general will be, I say, winning on this bike, man. I wouldn't say I faced too many major challenges in racing, but But overall, just me with my height, you know what I'm saying? I'm not afraid to say I'm 4'9". So, you know, playing sports throughout middle school, high school, you know what I'm saying? I was always looked past because, you know what I'm saying, I was so short, I wasn't as tall as everybody else. So, you know, being able to come out here and race, it shows that anybody can do whatever they want, they put their mind to. Don't ever let somebody tell you can't do this because of your height. Don't let somebody tell you can't do this because of your weight. You know, so I'm really here just to show people that they can do whatever they put their mind to. And I'm 4'9", and I'm out here doing this. Folks can't believe it, bro. When I get off the bike or when I'm walking around without my suit on, people don't realize that I'm a racer till they see me in action. All right, this is a Suzuki Hayabusa, just a little amped up. You know, it ain't nothing too major, but to get the job done, a little highway 20 horsepower. We doing, I can go out here, I can run top gas, I can run 460, I can grudge, I can do it all with this bike. I can do it all in one day.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
MTC Engineering Spring Nationals, FuelTech sponsored, and we're here with, of course, our #1 qualifier in Pro Street, none other than RJ Bond and Rob Bond and Tracy Bond, the whole Bond family. And tell us how we got this Kawasaki to the #1 position here this weekend.
Well, we just turned it down a little bit so we could get down the track because it was a little tricky on Friday, and turned it down so we can get down and make our first 6-second pass in competition here with this Turbo Smart wastegate, E-gate with FuelTech.
Now that's some interesting stuff right there, and as a bit of a turbo aficionado myself, I'm always trying to stay abreast of the latest and greatest. And what we've got here is a Turbo Smart E-gate wastegate, I guess they call that, right? And that is a 100% electronically controlled wastegate, latest and greatest technology, directly controllable by the FuelTech engine management system. Am I correct?
Yes, I mean, you set it and you forget it. You command whatever kind of boost you want, it does it. It's straight as an arrow.
And you can do it by time and or by gear.
Yes, sir. By time, we run it by time, but you can do it, I think, both. I just only do one by time.
Amazing. So, of course, if you're familiar with wastegates, they're typically pneumatically controlled, and, you know, it's a series of a diaphragm and a valve. Pretty simple, basic thing that we've run with turbocharging for, like, well, ever. But now what we're doing is we're moving into a whole new world. Many OEM turbocharged applications now use electronically controlled wastegates and even electronically controlled, compressor bypass or blow-off valves. So this is definitely the wave of the future, and it has a capability to be much more consistent, much more repeatable, and, you know, to that end, a lot less affected by atmospheric changes, which can make regular wastegates go nuts when we have big weather shifts. So far, so good. So what's the strategy this weekend? How are you going to come out here and win, RJ?
A to B.
A to B, the standard answer. That's all right. I'm not going to ask you to give up any of your secrets, but this right here is an amazing piece, and of course, FuelTech gives you the ability to control it and just get rid of all those vagaries associated with those old diaphragm poppet valve style wastegates. So once again, congratulations to the whole Bond family. And, you know, once again, Kawasaki fan, admittedly. I admit my bias, but, you know, I like the fact that the ZX14 is a bit of an underdog in Pro Street. And so You know, we're seeing more and more high-end ZX14-based machines. Of course, earlier this weekend we saw John Terranova's machine, a funny bike / pro open bike that's ZX14 powered, also FuelTech equipped. FuelTech is everywhere here at the Man Cup. More action now in Ultra 460. I'm here with Morris Ball. Morris, how did you qualify here this weekend?
I started out pretty well at #1 Friday, but such tough matchups out here, they bumped me out right now, so I'm looking good. I ended with #5.
Number five. And what was your qualifying time?
462.
462. Tough class. Definitely one of those amazing classes. The quickest index class in all of drag racing. And the 460 class has been with us now for, what has it been, about 10 years since we started 460 racing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's been about that long.
Yeah, about 10 years ago, the powers that be got the idea, hey, we need a class for all these ultra-quick bikes which don't necessarily fit into Pro Mod or Pro Open. People wanted a really competitive index class, and 460 has just proven to be immensely popular. Great place to take lots of bikes that were not necessarily competitive in those other classes anymore, and at the same time, a lot of purpose-built, brand new bikes have been built here for 460. And tell me a little bit about yours.
Well, I'm around the Kawasaki this year, so we've been fine-tuned up, but we're looking to find it right here.
Outstanding work. And I think I see, is that a Ward head?
Yes, sir.
There you go. And so, you know, there's some not necessarily old school technology, but, you know, it's something that wouldn't necessarily have been competitive in any of the heads-up classes or the pro classes. Here in 460, it's a great way to make power and have fun any weekend of the year. So, Pro Ultra 460, coolest, quickest index class in the world. Thanks for coming out this weekend, Morris.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Hope to be back to action very shortly.
Continuing with more Pro Ultra 460 action. I'm here with Brandon Elliott, and Brandon is riding a bike that, of course, is involved with one of the longest time supporters of our sport, none other than Mr. Doug Frierson. So tell us a little bit how you got to working with Doug and riding his beautiful Pro 460 bike.
So Doug is a longtime family friend of our mechanic, Deshaun Wheeler, and so I was riding with somebody else in Indianapolis, and I've known Doug for a while, and Doug came to me one day and was like, "Hey, I saw you riding pretty good in Indianapolis. Why don't you come ride for us?" And so it was Man Cup, I want to say about 3-4 years ago, and he was like, "Just wanted to see how you do first and get you acclimated to the bike and stuff like that," because this was a new build actually when they actually asked me to ride it. And so came down here, did pretty good, made it to the semifinals, I believe, and ever since then, the story's history.
The fuse was lit.
Yes, sir.
That's amazing. And of course, Doug's bikes have always been just absolutely gorgeous, meticulous attention to detail. Doug builds a beautiful motorcycle. So give me a couple of the details on this one. What do we have here? How big is the engine? Do you know where the chassis comes from?
So I don't know any of the specs of real on the bike.
He's a rider, but a good one.
I'm the rider. But I do know everything's meticulously went over. Everything's got a spot. Everything's just, yeah, it's clean.
Yeah, you can tell just by looking at it. I mean, this is a showpiece. It's not just a drag bike, and I mean, not to take anything away from any drag bikes which aren't finished to such a high level of polish, but I mean, I don't see a speck of dirt. I don't see a scratch. I don't see anything but just awesome excellence everywhere I look. So, it's a great team to be a part of. Congratulations. And how well did you qualify here this weekend?
So this weekend we were running a little fast. I want to say I qualified at 13. The last pass I actually got into the field with like a 470, but the last pass we figured it out. Went a 460 with a 4, so we should be competitive in the next rounds.
Nice. So you were on the outside looking in there until the last qualifying round, huh?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. Well, great job and great team, and again, one of the most stalwart supporters of our sport in Doug Frierson. Congratulations, Brandon, and I'm glad to see you part of such a fine program.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
We're going to bring you more action, and I'm going to show you some more of these Pro 460 bikes while we're waiting for the track to light back up. So I'll be back with you in just a minute.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
More Ultra Pro 460 action here with one of the guys that I've been watching ride for pretty much my whole career in motorcycle drag racing, which stretches back a year or two. John Krakalici has ridden pretty much everything on the track with two wheels. I've seen him run in Pro ET. I've seen him run all the index classes. John, run down some of the classes you've ridden in over the years.
I've rode a funny bike for a couple of years with Ralph Smith from Big Four. I rode a Pro Stalker for Buddy and Clara Bazzano for a couple of years, and spent my next 20 years on a Super Comp bike and built this thing 3 years ago, and Haven't looked back since.
Well, I'll tell you, and that's one of the great things about 460. Keeps guys like this in the game because it's such an exciting class. So tell me a little bit about the ride.
It's built by, well, I've got two different engine builders. I got George Bayboard that built this one. I got Juan Cintron that did our spare motor. He's doing that one right now. Got my crew chief, Johnny Gish.
Hey, Johnny.
Got my uncle, David Nickel, who helps support us. That's pretty much it.
It takes a family. So
Absolutely.
Now, you talk about a spare motor. How many races will you get off of one motor before it's time to refresh it or repair it typically?
Man, we went 1.5 years on the other motor, and we beat the crap out of it, and it was in good shape when we put it away. It was running the best times it's ever done, but, that was 50 hard licks, so it's time to freshen it up.
And that's just one indication of just how durable these Suzuki GS engines are. I mean, the modern engines, well, they're tricker, they're more efficient, they're lighter, but there's just nothing like a roller bearing bottom end and a big old thick shift transmission to get the job done. So you running a 4-speed or a 5-speed?
I've got a 4-speed in this one.
Great.
Robinson, big shaft.
Robinson Industries always in there. So, well, John, thanks for taking some time with me today.
Mr. Hahn,
it's been a pleasure racing with you all our lives, and great to see you out here still making it happen. Yeah, over 40 years. Remember, 1985, 40 years ago is when I got my Rookie of the Year award. Back in the day. Great to see you, man. Thanks, everybody. And we're going to come back at you with a lot more action here at the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals.
With Bill Vose turning the screws. Gray motorcycle holding high mile an hour of the event and his category. The category and his event. Right here, the gray one. Looks like we've got pre-stage lit. Moving in. Hill. Saxon. Great drag race. Tommy Saxon packing the wheel to a victory. 4 flat. 185 mile per hour. Hill did all he could. He was 0-1-2 off the tree. Goes a 421 at 168, but no match for the big turbo from Billy Vose. Evil Bill prevails. Congratulations, Tommy Saxon, on that Bill Vose Racing tuned entry for the win. And Jeffrey Hill, an outstanding job in runner-up. And there we go. We got 460 in the puddle. 460 is in the puddle. Sportsman round 2 of eliminations coming up. Sportsman round 2. I can bring Ultra Sportsman to the rear of 4, please. Ultra Sportsman, let's pair them up. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings. I need Pro Street in 5, Grudge Test Hit in 6, and Real Street in the 7. You guys will be next up behind 460. Ultra Sportsman, back of lane 4. Back of lane 4, Ultra Sportsman. Rock Sanders, your #1 qualifier. Right side, the champ, Deshaun Wheeler. Left side, Rock Sanders. 460 with a 0. 4600. He was second out of the gate. Deshaun Wheeler had 2 and change in the bag, but his 463 couldn't do it. Rock Sanders moving on. Ultra Sportsman, rear of lane 4 for pairings. Ultra Sportsman, rear of 4 for pairings. If you're in Super Comp only, you're not in Ultra Sportsman, start coming up to the rear of 5. Find out who your partner is. Mantez Thompson, right side, and Brian Smith on barbed wire. Left lane. Victory for Mantez, 463. Oh, Brian. Brian had 4 and change in reaction time, and he breaks out 458.9. He took a bunch of stripe. He is not going to be happy with himself because that was his round to win. He killed the tree. Brian Smith breaking out. Mantez Thompson moving on. John the Captain Krakalici. On his Suzuki, Clearwater, Florida, left side. And another upset right there. John Krakalici, the worst of 2 evils. 459, besting the 458 from Terrence Washington. Terrence Washington was 009, and he too took too much stripe. The captain moving on, moving up and moving on. Captain Johnny. Morris Ball, Summit Racing side. Brandon Elliott, Louisville, Kentucky. Very, very tough all the time, Brandon Elliott. Morris Ball holding his own and then some. It is Elliott's 463 besting the 461 of Morris. So you know what that meant. Brandon Elliott moving on. Morris Ball's 461 coming in second. He was a few hundredths off on the tree, and Brandon made him pay.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
My name is Montez Thompson Jr. and I live in Decatur, Alabama. I've been racing since I was 14 years old on the motorcycles, but all together I've been racing since I believe I was 6 years old with junior drag. My granddad, my great-granddad, my granddad, my uncle, and my dad, they all race. My dad has raced on the professional level. And shoot, ever since I was a baby, I've been around it, loved it, dreamed it, sleep it, everything. My most memorable race, I would say, might have been my first ever event win on Chucky. I was in Crossville, Tennessee 2021, and I ended up winning in Top Gas against arguably one of the greatest Top Gas races ever, Joe Dick. My greatest accomplishment in general will be, I say, winning on this bike, man. I wouldn't say I faced too many major challenges in racing, but overall, just me with my height, you know what I'm saying? I'm not afraid to say I'm 4'9". So, you know, playing sports throughout middle school, high school, you know what I'm saying? I was always looked past because, you know what I'm saying, I was so short, I wasn't as tall as everybody else. So, you know, being able to come out here and race, it shows that anybody can do whatever they want, they put their mind to. Don't ever let somebody tell you can't do this because of your height. Don't let somebody tell you can't do this because of your weight. You know, so I'm really here just to show people that they can do whatever they put their mind to. I'm 4'9", and I'm out here doing this. Folks can't believe it, bro. When I get off the bike or when I'm walking around without my suit on, people don't realize that I'm a racer till they see me in action. All right, this is a Suzuki Hayabusa, just a little amped up. You know, it ain't nothing too major, but it get the job done. A little highway 20 horsepower. I can go out here, I can run Top Gas, I can run 460, I can Grudge, I can do it all with this bike. I can do it all in one day.
My name is Josie Brooks. I live in Arkona, Ontario, Canada. I've been riding a motorcycle for about 18 years, and then I probably raced for, good 10 or 15 before that. It's been some time. My dad got me started in drag racing, and then my husband and I made the switch to motorcycles, and it's been stuck ever since. I have two motorcycles. My Top Gas bike is called Bad Motor Scooter. It's 1993, I think. GSXR 750 with 1640 in it. And then my new bike, we call her New Girl. Hopefully it's going to get into a 460 bike. The first time I ever raced was a disaster. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I had no idea. You think you know, and you just don't. There's so much to learn, and even the intricacies of burnouts and staging, and then trying to learn to race a stripe. I think my most memorable race would be Rockingham of this year. We won
Street gonna be moving
both
out.
Pro ET and Top Gas that day. Challenges to overcome with racing are so many. I think that, you know, a positive mindset, it's easy to take all the knocks that you get with drag racing and let it weigh you down, but you have to treat every round like it's a new round, a new day, and put that out of your head and start fresh. I am very superstitious, so I like to wear the same shirts, the same shoes. I even so bad as putting, you know, the left glove on first always. People probably think my husband only owns one shirt because on race day he's only allowed to wear his blue Suzuki shirt. I have a horseshoe in the trailer right now, actually, yes, and I have a beaded charm on my leathers that my cousin actually gave me years and years ago. So the person that tries to talk me out of it the most would be Mr. Chad Otts. But you know, I think it's all in good fun, really. One thing most people would be surprised to know about me, you know what, maybe is that I have never had a motorcycle license. I have only had drag bike licenses from the different sanctioning bodies. Never once street, road, or done a motorcycle driving test ever.
Taking advantage of track time, Patrick Borg in the Summit Racing lane this time, and Robert Bond II. Kawasaki entry in the TBM brake side. This is just going to be a test hit. They're going to run their final later on. .721, Borg getting better every pass, 202. Robert Bond, 718 at 207. You really see Robert Bond putting it on the second eighth. He was 4 behind Borg at the 8th mile, and he turned that into +3 at the finish line. Good runs by both riders right there. And we're going to go into a couple Grudge test hits, I think, before we go into Real Street. Ultra Sportsman, back of 4. Ultra Sportsman, pair them up, please. Super Comp, back of 5. Pair them up. You're next up. Ultra Sportsman and Super Comp. At this point, rear of 5 for pairings. Find your dancing partner and push it up. No time shot there in Summit. Let's get them paired up in the back of 4. Ultra Sportsman. I got a pair of Super Comps already in the lanes. Ultra Sportsman, you're first up. It's going to be Bud Hare to get another test hit. We will have the WH Steel Buildings Real Street category back with us at the FuelTech World Finals in November. That'll be the next time we're back here at SGMP. Bud, a little bit of starting line irregularity. Something looks like it came off the bike. Not what he was looking for. And once again, the next time Man Cup will be back here at SGMP will be in November for the FuelTech World Finals. And we have big plans for those World Finals. Top Fuel is expected back in competition, and a lot of bonus money coming up for grabs in all categories. Stay tuned to mancup.info for information as that comes available about the World Finals, but you will want to plan to attend third weekend in November here at the biggest and baddest race of them all, the Man Cup World Finals. Ultra Sportsman, final call to the lanes. Final call. We're going to send the other riders up single file. Ultra Sportsman, you're first on the racetrack. Super Comp, you're already late back there as well. George Cross, right side. Spencer Claycomb in the left lane. Spencer fighting a wheelie a couple times. Cuts the gas and coasts. 764, outstanding pass for Cross. 764 at 205 mile per hour. 764, 205. George Cross flying down through there. Besting his #2 qualifying time by over a 10th right there. Great job for the Cross Racing team. Super Comp, Ultra Sportsman. If you're not in the rear of the lanes, you are in jeopardy of losing and missing your round. Ultra Sportsman, you will miss your round. Super Comp, you're at risk at this point. Trouble with that no time entry in the left side. Super Comp, Ultra Sportsman. I've got 2 missing in Ultra Sportsman, and we're going to start the category right now. You're going to just miss your round. Ultra Sportsman, we've called you for over 15 minutes, and the time is up. Ultra Sportsman is moving to the ready line, and when the class closes, if you're not there, you will miss the round. All right, we've got a legal field at this point in Ultra Sportsman. We're missing one bike, but we're planning to run.
This time for sure, I finally got him. Braden Davis, who is so busy at one of these races that it's almost impossible to nail him down. Of course, if you've been following drag racing for any amount of time, that is two-wheel drag racing, you know the name Davis. Braden Davis, Travis Davis, and of course, back in my day, John Davis, his granddad. So tell us a little bit about your career here. And of course, you've been on everything lately. Where you been? Where's it going, Braden?
So I started racing this drag bike right here when I was 15 years old. Won my first ever drag bike event, my second ever race I attended. I run it for the rest of the 2021 season. Come 2022, I run a lot more 560 and then hopped on a 460 bike. It was one of Jeff Jones's. Become the youngest XCA round winner in 460, and then the 2 Virginia races we went to in XCA that year, I won 560 both times, which made me the youngest winner in XCA history. Then
wow.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things been accomplished. In 2023, I hopped on Pro Mod and finished 3rd in points my first ever year, and you know, we kind of struggled this weekend with it, fighting with some electrical gremlins, but Dad got it turned around as y'all seen. You know,
I saw that. Yeah, I was pretty impressed.
399 at 178. So, but that last pass we let the power alone, just stuck a fuel jet in it, and it back half even harder. So, we'll give it to it in the final.
Outstanding. So, you know, you grew up around this stuff. At what age did you know that you were also going to follow in the footsteps of your dad and your granddad?
Ever since I could walk.
Well, there you go. Yeah, now, of course, my dad raced too, but I grew up away from him. I started drag racing cars with my stepdaddy, and then when I found out cars were like way more money than I could afford, I went over to bikes. But so are we ever going to see Granddad John, JD, back on a bike? I know we've talked about it. I know he got the itch, but give me the inside line. How about it?
I think he just enjoys more watching me and Dad do what we do. You know, every once in a while he kind of misses riding, but he's just to that age where he'd rather see his other family members succeed more than him, and that's a true pops right there.
Well, I'll tell you what, that says it all. But and then, you know, got to ask, what about Travis? He ever going to swing a leg?
I'm trying to get him to. You know, I really want to race him. I'm not going to guarantee I can outrun him because he tunes my motorcycle, but we did make a wager on the reaction time, but I hope to see him back out here soon.
I do too, boy. He's definitely still got some great years in him, and, well, we all do. So, Braden, thank you for spending some time with us.
Yes, sir.
It's been amazing to watch your progress. I know you got a lot of great years out ahead of you, so I'm going to let you get back to what you do best. Braden Davis, Man Cup, MTC Spring Nationals. Thank you.
TBM Brakes Lane and Brian Rudisil. He's your number 11 qualifier in his Hayabusa, coming in from Alapaha. That's not butchered. I don't know what is. Alapaha, Georgia. Mantez, 967, takes the dub. 960 for Rudisil in the losing effort. Tree, Mantez. Next pair, Stanley Russell, who has been on fire today. Stanley Russell on fire. He's in the Summit Racing lane. He was your number 4 qualifier. He's got John Markham left side. Both riders with green lights. Who's gonna play the finish line best? It's big. Stanley Russell, 9:52, 139, taking the win. Stanley was second off the tree. He gave up 1 to Markham. Markham just not running the number. Goes 9:56 at also 139. Both riders going 139 miles down there, probably looking at each other, and the win goes to Russell. Don Horta, Braden, Florida, right side. Hayabusa and Charlie Brown. McRae, Georgia. Don Horta. Win, 963. Breakout by Charlie Brown. Charlie was second off the start line, and that made him pay. Don Horta and the Don Horta fan club go wild. Bob Burt, right side, and Duffy Freeman is who reported broke. Duffy unable to make the call. Duffy from Conyers, Georgia. His ZX14, something awry with it. Bob Burt on a broke single goes 933, early shutoff. No, he did. He rolled that through. 933, quite the breakout. He's going to need to tune that up. Top gas, final call. Top gas, final call. Lane number 6, rear lanes for pairings. Top gas, final call. We're moving into Super Comp. I got Gary Russell right side, Aiden Davis left side. There is a massive age difference here. Gary Russell, the wily old veteran. Braden Davis, the new kid on the block. Extremely tough to beat, and they continue to show that. Couple of great lights. Davis, 897. Besting an 898 for Russell. Davis getting there by 8 thou, turning that wind light on by 8 thousandths of a second. Braden Davis moving on here. Russell's day comes to an end in Super Comp. Mike Perry, right side, Venice, Florida, Kawasaki, Lakoski. He's in the left lane. $894 for Perry, takes the dub. Lakoski, $895 coming in second. Mike Perry rolls on. The fan club goes wild. Shane Cunningham, Orlando, Florida. He's got Dave Young, your number 1 qualifier. Cunningham on the whole shot W. 9 flat taken out. Dave Young's 898. Lima Bean Dave going down here in this round. Bob Mann next up. TBM breaks lane. Bryce Jackson and Bob Mann are the next pair. Bob Mann, Bryce Jackson, finish line says, oh, Bryce breaking out by the closest of margins, 889.5, 898 for Bob Mann. Bob did have 4 in the bank on the tree. Bryce made it as close as he could, but he went just under to do it. His day comes to an end in Super Comp. Santi Rodriguez with a system failure there on the starting line. Kyle Fulgrim, the automatic win. Kyle goes 902 and moves on. Unfortunate system failure for Santi Rodriguez, past national champion with Man Cup. His day comes to an end in Super Comp. I need my ET riders back to 1, 2, and 3. ET riders back to 1, 2, and 3. Pro and Street ET are on the ladder. It's a final for the V-Twin guys. Top Gas riders, back of 6. Let's get them paired up. Your category is next up. Ryland Rowe next up in the Summit lane, and Slim, Larry Bradley. Bradley left side, problems for Bradley. It looks like Rowe, if he doesn't break out, will take the W. Ryland Rowe advances. Ryland moving on. Top gas, push them up. Find your partner, push it up. Top gas, bring them up to the front of 6. ET riders, Taylor Harper on either a bye run this round or a competition single, one or the other. Taylor Harper belting out a 921. He's going to need to tune that up in a big way to continue on, because there's some big guns here in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Last pair will be John Markham right side, and that is Dwayne Schmidt Jr. left side. Here it is, moving in. Green lights a pair. Gonna be a finish line race, and it is. Look at that. Schmidt knocking him down, 893. John Markham did everything he could to win that round. He went 888. He took the stripe by 4th thou, but he had to go too far under to do it. Schmidt had 5 in the bag on the starting line, and that is just way too much to give up to a seasoned racer. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. moves on. John Markham knocked out in that round of competition in MTC Engineering Super Comp. I need Top Gas. Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas. Pair them up, lane 6, please. Pair them up, lane 6. All ET riders back to lanes 1, 2, and 3. ET riders left in competition, 1, 2, and 3. Pro and Street ET are on the ladder. Pro and Street ET on the ladder.
All right, we got Mantez Thompson here, one of our stalwart racers. And Mantez, how many classes are you running this weekend?
This weekend I'm running Top Gas and Ultra Sportsman, so just 2 for me this weekend.
Only 2. Now, often you'll run even more, won't you?
Oh, yes, sir. You know, normally if we have a Grudge race with a class race, you know, I got a couple Grudge bikes that I pilot, and also this bike right here in Top Gas, and we got a couple more that I might run at 560 and Ultra Sportsman, so yeah.
So he's got a whole set of toys, like a whole can of toy soldiers you bring to the track. Do you ever run in Pro ET or Street ET?
I've tried Street ET out. I just never really focused on it. But I've been really thinking about getting into it and seeing what I can do. You know, I went testing at the local track last year, made about 5 passes on a bracketry. Worst light was a 012, so I think I'll be very competitive in Street ET.
Well, I'll bet you would, too. And, you know, this is one of the most interesting bikes in Top Gas, in my opinion, because, you know, typically Top Gas and a lot of our index bikes are slick and bar bikes. But here is Mantez doing battle with a long wheelbase street tire Hayabusa. How long have you been running this particular bike, Mantez?
We built this bike at 2020, and ever since then I've been riding it all year, every year. So it's been very good to me. Fortunate 5 years. Then finished top 5 in the last 3 years. So we trying to get that monkey off our back, and hopefully we can get the championship with it this year.
Well, I wouldn't doubt it. Of course, you got to get through Heather Baldy to do that, but I wouldn't count this man out. Mantez Thompson, one of our standard heavy-duty competitors here at Man Cup. And this is the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. We're kicking off the year with FuelTech everywhere.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
little while ago, we talked to Kyle Fulgham of Fulgham Well and Pump Service, one of the local sponsors here for the South Georgia Motorsports Park NHRA Summit Bracket Series. And this is another one of the bikes and riders involved with Kyle's program. And this gentleman here is being very mysterious with me. His name is either Brian or Fred or Chuck. I think it's Chuck. Are you Chuck?
I go by that sometimes.
All right, he's going to go by Chuck. Chuck, tell me what you're doing here in Top Gas with this machine right here.
We've been all over the board. We've fought this thing. We put the motor and computer and everything in it about 2 weeks ago. Really hadn't had time to test it, but I think we've got a handle on it and should do okay.
Outstanding. I saw you messing with the box of dials up there just a moment ago, getting your numbers all set up. To those of us who can't see that piece, that's, I guess we'd call that a delay box. Am I correct?
It is, yes. We were running Pro ET also. I was just taking all the stuff out from Pro ET.
Gotcha. All that magical, mystical wizardry stuff. So, yeah, it's great to see you out here. And as I was telling one of the ladies that are part of the team earlier, what I love about this bike is it's so distinctive. You know, the paint scheme is something you just can't miss. And, you know, I definitely go for things that are unique and stand out. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love black and blue and red and all, but I'm not quite sure what color this is. It's either yellow or green or something, depending on how we look at it. So how many laps have you made on it so far?
We've only had one test hit on it before this weekend, so we've made, I don't know, 7 or 8 laps down the track so far with it. I mean, we've had some issues, but I mean, hopefully we've got them worked out.
Well, I give you credit for coming straight to a national event. You know, nothing like putting the cart before the horse, right?
Right.
You're going to get it. No, that's great. And this is just another example of all the amazing machines and people we see out here. And it takes a family. Everybody surrounding us right here is part of that big old Fulgham racing family. So thanks for coming out this weekend, Chuck.
Thank
and
you.
Best of luck to you. Hope you go more rounds.
I hope so too. Thank you.
We'll be back at you soon here at the MTC Spring Nationals.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
My name is Blake Harvey. I've been racing probably about 7 years now. Started out in the 460 and running Pro Mod now, which has always been my dream. My dad was definitely my inspiration. He used to race, you know, back in the day, and he's kind of helped me, you know, carry me through this and teach me a lot of things, and really grateful for that. Most memorable race was probably the 2021 Man Cup World Finals. It was my first Pro Mod race ever. We had a, you know, really good outing. First Pro Mod race, went all the way to the finals against Paul Gas, and that was a really memorable moment for me. Really enjoyed it. That was a great weekend for us. Greatest accomplishment, I'd probably have to say our double race win that we just had this season at Rockingham. Got combined with Pro Open and had a tough
that
weekend.
That is the sound of Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas, moving to the puddle.
Memorable, you know, big win for us. I feel like we're kind of the newest person in the
puddle.
Pro Mod
Steve
class, so
Breakstone.
we're kind of having to learn a lot of stuff that a lot of these guys
right
have been doing
lane.
for a long time.
The champ,
it's tough for
Heather
us.
Baldy over in the left side.
There's a lot of competition. Some of these guys are been doing this for decades, and they're tough to beat, tough competitors. Yeah, so the bike, so growth this chassis.
Heather Baldy with that.
From a guy named Jeff Jones quite a while ago. Started running 460 with a.
Recently took over largest law practice in the United States from Morgan & Morgan. Street ET and Pro ET, you're on the ladder, so come on up, find out who you're dancing with. I got a V-twin final. Street ET, Pro ET. You're on a ladder. So let's come on up and see who you got. Steve Breakstone, right side. Heather Baldy, left side. Green lights, finish line. Oh, dead on with a 0, Steve Breakstone. Heather was 4 better on the tree. She had an 015. Took too much stripe. She went an 816. And Steve Breakstone, 820 with a 0, moving on. Congratulations, Mr. Breakstone. Tough loss for the champ, Heather Baldy. All right. Next up, your number 1 qualifier, Rashad Rowe in the TBM brakes lane. Mark Chaffee, his Kawasaki coming up from Jupiter, Florida. Right side. Wow. Moving in. Finish line for this one. Rowe, 835, besting the 834 of Chaffee, so you know what that means. Reaction time advantage to Rowe. Moving on. Dirty job, but Rowe's got to do it. Montez Thompson Jr. right side. Big Dave Young, your number 16 qualifier in the left lane. Montez 832 besting the 839 of Dave Young. Montez Thompson Jr. moving on. Proud Papa running back. You know Daddy's happy. Get that 460 bike up here now. And the heavy hitters just keep on coming. Street ET, lane number 1, find your pairings. Pro ET, lane number 2, find your pairings. I got my V-twin final in lane 3. They're all ready to go. Pro ET, lane number 2, please. Scotty DeLong, left side, and Chuck Curls, right. It is DeLong for the dub. 827. He had the reaction time advantage, and Chuck Curls, 831 in the losing effort. DeLong moving on. Cunningham for the legal buy. I believe he's just going to break the beam and back it out. So he is already ready to go for the next round. He should just park it in lane 6 and be waiting for the next round. Pro ET riders back to 2, please. Pro ET riders to 2. Let's get your pairings lined up. Street ET riders look like they're figuring out who they got. Looks like we're missing 1 or 2 motorcycles in Street ET. It is 2 bikes. 2 bikes that are missing in Street ET. Street ET missing 2, and I need my 9 remaining riders, less John Loney, who's in the lanes. John's ready to roll. Pair him up, slide him up to the front. All right, we have a Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead V-Twin final. Moving on up. Larry Berger. Larry Berger and Jimmy Smith. Smith from Macon, Georgia. He's in the Summit Racing lane, and Larry Berger looking to take the hardware home to Florida. This is a Florida-Georgia battle right here. Jacksonville in the left lane and Macon in the right lane. Smith leaving second, and Smith is going to take it home to Georgia. Congratulations, Jimmy Smith, taking it home to Georgia. Larry popped the clutch just a tick early, goes red. Jimmy Smith, 997 for the W. 997 on the 1025. He had a little bit in the bank. Street ET. Rudisill against Tate Horta. Rudisill and Tate Horta. Green lights a pair. The Horta fan club is already bouncing around. It is Horta for the W, 22 on a 20. Rudisill went under. He was a little bit behind on the light, and Horta made him pay. Tate Horta moving on. Big stand next up. Summit Lane. Stanley Russell, he's dialed 951. You know he's all over that Ultra Sportsman Index. Ed Ruffin. Left side on a ZRX 1100. Good drag race coming up. Finish line tells us it is Ruffin, 48 on a 47. Stanley went 51 on a 51, and you know what that means. But the reaction time difference was not much. CJ with Pretty Boy Racing on the TBM brakes lane. That's Pretty Boy. He's up against BJ on the Gixxer Thou. Bryce Jackson, there's bragging rights here. CJ's out of Dublin, Georgia. Bryce coming from McDonough. Georgia here. Finish line. Pretty Boy, 889, just under on his 890, less of two evils. Bryce went 877. Pretty Boy taking the dub right there, moving on. Ending Bryce's day in Voodoo Custom Street ET. Pro ET Riders, you're next up. Pro ET Riders, you are next up.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
X, right side. Braden Davis, left side. Green lights. Great drag race. Davis marching on, 897. Besting the 883. He had a couple in the bank, and he made them pay. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. left side and Daryl Perkins right side. Perkins breaking out. Schmidt moving on. Perkins was 8th thou under, but he was behind on the reaction time and had to do it. Did what he could, but he broke out doing it. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. moving on. Mike Perry from the Perry Brothers Flying Circus out of Venice, Florida. You always heard the circus goes to Florida in the winter. His Kawasaki dialed 866. Rashad Rose sticking with his top gas dial in 820. Great double green light drag race right here. Finish line says Mike Perry for the victory. Perry, 870 on an 866. Rowe goes 825. Perry was 017, Rowe was 015. Perry, margin of victory, 3 thou. That's the old bracket racing Mike Perry we all know. John Markham next up, tower side. Mike Likoski in the right lane. Left lane for Likoski, excuse me. Markham, 870 on an 863 for the W. And John Loney's going to have the legal bye. 460 lane 4. Pro Mod lane 2. 460 Pro Mod. And if there's any more Real Street or Grudge action out of 5 and 6, we're going to need you guys. 5, 6, and 7. Real Street, Pro Street, Grudge.
My name is Blake Harvey. I've been racing probably about 7 years now. Started out in the 460 and running Pro Mod now, which has always been my dream. My dad was definitely my inspiration. He used to race, back in the day, and he's kind of helped me, carry me through this and teach me a lot of things, and really grateful for that. Most memorable race was probably the 2021 Man Cup World Finals. It was my first Pro Mod race ever. We had a really good outing. First Pro Mod race, went all the way to the finals against Paul Gas, and that was a really memorable moment for me. Really enjoyed it. That was a great weekend for us. Greatest accomplishment, I'd probably have to say our double race win that we just had this season at Rockingham. Got combined with Pro Open and had a tough weekend, but we fought it out and took home the win. Got a combined win both classes, and I'd say that was pretty memorable. Big win for us. I feel like we're kind of the newest person in the Pro Mod class, so we're kind of having to learn a lot of stuff that a lot of these guys have been doing for a long time. So it's tough for us. It's a steep learning curve. There's a lot of competition. Some of these guys are been doing this for decades, and they're tough to beat, tough competitors. Yeah. So the bike, so growth this chassis. We bought this from a guy named Jeff Jones quite a while ago. Started running 460. with a 1850cc GS 1100 base motor, big 48 millimeter Electron carburetors. Our best time on the bike's been a 401 at 179 mile an hour. To say one thing that's surprising that might be different than a lot of these other guys out here is I don't really ride on the street. I don't have a street bike. I don't do none of that. I'm a racer. I'm a track only kind of guy. I mean, there's a lot of crazy people out there on the road. I have ridden on the street, but I don't even have a road bike right now. So, you know, I'm kind of a track only guy at the moment. It's kind of weird, you know, running pro mod, a fast class, crazy class like this, and you won't even see me out on the street on two wheels. You know, that's kind of interesting, I think.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
All right, a couple minutes ago, we just looked at Brandon Elliott on Leatherneck Express version, I guess, you know, probably 10.0. There's been so many of them. But I just found another Leatherneck Express here this weekend. You know, he's involved in a lot of bikes, Mr. Frierson, over the years. And right now we're talking with Rock Sanders. So, Rock, tell us a little bit about how your day is going.
My day is going pretty good. We qualified #1 yesterday with a 461. And we've been going pretty good. We went a 461 with an 8 first round. We went a 460 with a 0 the last round. So we're going to keep it going.
Man, that's consistent. So how many bikes are left in the class right now?
I think it's 4.
Down to the semis. So more Leatherneck Express stuff here. Doug Frierson's influence runs deep in this class and in this sport. So, Rock, you had a pretty good year last year too, didn't you?
I really didn't run too much of 460 last year, but I'm here now, so we're going to try to shoot for the championship.
There we go. It's 2025. Time for everything new. So, Rock Sanders on Leatherneck Express. We got Brandon Elliott on the other Leatherneck Express. And good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
You're having one hell of a weekend so far. So, I'd say you're the man to beat.
Yes, sir.
That's the way to be. More action coming to you here at the MTC Spring Nationals. And don't forget, FuelTech is everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
All right, y'all, it's Rashad Jones out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. Today we run in Top Gas. My late uncle, Roosevelt Jones, he was pretty good in Top Gas. He won the Syndrome Championship in 2006. He had 3 Top Gas bikes, and we kept all 3 of them. We still got them, me and my other 2 cousins. So it started with him, and we're just carrying the legacy on. I would have to say the most memorable would be my first race that I won in Huntsville, Alabama. First time at the 7-Eleven actually competing, and we was able to bring it home. Bike was running strong. I was on, so we done pretty good. That's my first memorable race. Major challenges, me being in Top Gas, of course, a lot of people know Joe Dack and John Spooky Markham. They were tough, man. They kind of made everybody in Top Gas the people who they are as far as their competitive edge. So I would have to say them guys, man. This is my cousin's bike that I put together a year and a half ago, and this is the first time out. The second pass on that setup, new engine, wiring and all, was yesterday here testing. We had to work a lot of bugs out, but we seem to be going in the right direction. We started out 525 and got it down to a 513. So it's working right now, it's working. Outside of racing, I'm a gearhead, man. I'm a diesel technician. I graduated from WildTech in Blairsville, Pennsylvania with honors. In October, and I started working with Penske Truck Leasing in January, and I've been there ever since. So 10 years, but now I just recently got promoted to supervisor. Surprising to my fans, that I like to listen to gospel. It keeps me level-headed, keeps me calm. When I'm going through or whatever rough day, I put on some gospel, and I got it playing my trailer right now. So I listen to it a lot, gospel and old blues.
Extremely quick every round, and it will be a barn burner of a final coming up. A young gun, Braden Davis, will be taking on Jeff House. But before that happens, we're going to put the 460 bikes down the highway. Davis is coming around the corner. So it'll be Pro Mod right behind the 460 bikes. Here we go. HollywoodDragRacing.com Pro Ultra 460 semifinal action. That is going to be Brandon Elliott right side against Rock Sanders. Rock, your #1 qualifier. Rock Sanders. The TBM brakes lanes, and Brandon Elliott doing business over here tower side. Sportsman riders remaining in all 3 sportsman categories. Please bring them to your respective lanes. Sportsman riders, please bring them to your respective lanes. You will be up behind the pros. Sportsman riders, please bring them to the lanes. Brandon Elliott, he's in the summit lane. #1 qualifier, Rock Sanders out of Columbus, Mississippi. This is Mississippi taking on Kentucky. Going to be a great drag race. Doug, who you got? Carefully moving in. Something not shifting, and it is Rock Sanders taking the W. Definitely. That was Rock's race to win. Rock had the better reaction time. He was 2 better on the tree, and you can see by Brandon's off-pace 481, that was his bike having trouble. Rock Sanders punching his ticket to the final with a 463. Next pair up, the captain, John Krakalici, Clearwater, Florida. Captain Johnny in the Summit Racing lane. Mantez Thompson, senior, right side. Something's not running right on that pair. John Krakalici, 461. Putting the hammer down. Something went awry on Mantez's bike. You could hear it. The captain moving to the final. Johnny Gish tuned it up. Captain Johnny, 461. He'll carry lane choice into the final. Mantez off pace, 488. Not enough. With the bike missing going down the track, you could hear it. Sportsman riders, lane 4 for Ultra, lane 5 for Super Comp, lane 6 for Top Gas. Remaining riders in our Sportsman category should be next up behind the pros. But here come the big boys. This is for all the marbles in Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Young gun Braden Davis appears to be moving into the TBM brakes lane, and Jeff Fasthouse. Jeff and Sandra House from Texas on the beautiful Fast by Gas Suzuki. Jeff, your #1 qualifier in all 3 sessions of qualifying Friday and Saturday. Braden Davis wound up #3. Richard Gadsden snuck in ahead of him. So this is your #1 and 3 qualifiers. House #1, Davis #3, but Davis dropping the hammer Sunday morning with that 399 low ET of the event. And unless one of these two beats it right here, that will hold up as low ET of the event. 399 out of the black bike in the left lane, Timlin chassis. Jeff House coming in from Hazlet, Texas. Braden Davis just down the road in Douglas, Georgia. Burnouts are complete. Wife, the crew chief on one side, and mother, the crew chief on the other side. House is in pre-stage and Davis is as well. Oh, House with an issue. The bike did not go properly on the starting line rev limiter. Look at Davis, a true sportsman. Unfortunate situation for Jeff House. Very, very unfortunate for Jeff and Sandra House, but it appears that Braden Davis will be your Fast by Gas Pro Mod champion right here. With the right lane moving how it did, it wind up timing out the left lane, which was the wrong thing by the system. So your winner, left lane, Braden Davis. Congratulations to the Davis family. May not be the way they wanted to win, but that's how it goes some days. He did it with performance throughout today. 399 low ET of the event. A very anticlimactic final round, but not for the effort. Both of those riders wanted it, and you know it.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
BM brakes lane. Both of these guys have run strong. There we go. Big burnouts for both riders, and Montez Thompson Jr. got the memo. He slammed it right up there to the front of 4. He says, bring it on. Ultra Sportsman, bring it on. Ultra Sportsman, Super Comp, and Top Gas. Please bring them back to lanes, find your partner, and let's go. Claycomb left side, the Amish Assassin. Rumored to be named that by Dustin Lee. Spencer, very, very active in the no-bar community and one heck of a rider. Bud Herod, giving it a go. Fighting that real street bike from wheeling all weekend. #1 qualifier. And there's that wheelie we talked about. Spencer trucking down through there. Ultra Sportsman, Super Comp, and Top Gas. Remaining riders, please bring them back.
Super Comp Ultra Sportsman. We need you guys and gals in the lanes, please. Super Comp Ultra Sportsman, come on down. Top Gas, come on down. You might as well come on and join the party. So we need you guys and gals back in the lanes. If your wind light came on, just come on down.
Bob Burt, the victor in that pair, is 944, less of two evils. Push Mantez Thompson Jr. to a 939. Bob, big reaction time advantage, and he played it. Woo. Did a good job down at the end, too. Only took the strop by 8 thou. ET riders, if you're remaining in competition and are not in a sportsman category, please bring them back. ET riders, if you are remaining in competition and not competing here in sportsman as well, let's get them back to the lanes. We're going to have ET after sportsman. ET will run after sportsman. Don Horta, Bradenton, Florida, right side out of Exoticycle. Stanley Russell strikes a tire. Stan. Will Horta break out? No, he did not break out. Horta moves on. Stanley Russell's day comes to an end. He struck the tire at the hit and could not recover. And the Horta fan club goes wild. Bob Mann, Kawasaki. Right lane. Left lane is going to be out of Cunningham Performance. Beautiful ZX14. This is now 890 indexed MTC Engineering Super Comp. Shane Cunningham. Cunningham and Mann, both riders with green lights. Cunningham 904 besting the 9 flat on Mann. And you know what that means, a whole shot victory. Shane Cunningham, 007 on the tree. He was loaded for bear, they say. Kyle Fulgham. Well and Pump Service, proud sponsor here at SGMP. Rolling on in Super Comp. Kyle on his Kawasaki. He's got Dwayne Schmidt Jr. in the TBM brakes lane. $895 for Schmidt, taking the win. He goes $895 to move on. $897 for Fulgham, ends his day in Super Comp action. Rylan Rowe next up. In the Summit Racing lane, and Taylor Harper, Kawasaki, left side. Harper for the win. Taylor Harper, 892, besting the 896 from Rowe. Top Gas, you are next on the racetrack. Rear the lanes for pairings. Top Gas, bring them around. Perry versus Davis. Green lights. Win to Davis, less of two evils, 886, 144. Perry was better on the tree. His 024 held a couple to the 031 by Davis, but Perry goes under. His day ends in Super Comp in the round of 8. Top Gas, let's get them up. Let's get them up. You're next on the racetrack. Top Gas riders, next on the racetrack. All winners, we're at the point in the day when it is all winners, service and return. Service and return. ET riders are going to be next up on the racetrack after Top Gas. I'm down to 5 in Street and Pro ET, so those 5 remaining riders, I'm gonna need you guys and gals to get them on back up here. Thank you, Bill. Once again, if your class is complete and you have won, we've got the live stream set up. You get a live on-air interview and photo opportunity. Everything down there, picking up the checks, picking up the plaques, and the applause. The great Pinky Bowers administering affairs down there all weekend. If you don't know Pinky, he's the king of Nashville. Nashville was not even a city until Pinky said it could be a city. John and Gladys Loney in the house. John getting a call right back to Pro ET, and he's ready to do battle in MPS Racing Pro ET. There's 5 riders left. One of those 5 is going to pull a bye and move on. Then we'll have 2 pair of competition. But before that, I do need my Top Gas riders to get them back up here. Top Gas, you're next on track. Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas riders, remaining in competition.
My name is Mantez Thompson Jr. and I live in Decatur, Alabama. I've been racing since I was 14 years old on the motorcycles, but all together I've been racing since I believe I was 6 years old with junior drag. My granddad, my great-granddad, my granddad, my uncle, and my dad, they all race. My dad has raced on the professional level. And shoot, ever since I was a baby, I've been around it, loved it, dreamed it, sleep it, everything. My most memorable race, I would say, might have been my first ever event win on Chucky. I was in Crossville, Tennessee, 2021, and I ended up winning on in Top Gas against arguably one of the greatest Top Gas races ever, Joe Dick. My greatest accomplishment in general will be, I say, winning on this bike, man. I wouldn't say I faced too many major challenges in racing, but overall, just me with my height, you know what I'm saying, I'm not afraid to say I'm 4'9". So, you know, playing sports throughout middle school, high school, you know what I'm saying, I was always looked past because, you know what I'm saying, I was so short, I wasn't as tall as everybody else. So, you know, being able to come out here and race, it shows that anybody can do whatever they want, they put their mind to. Don't ever let somebody tell you can't do this because of your height. Don't let somebody tell you can't do this because of your weight. You know, so I'm really here just to show people that they can do whatever they put their mind to. I'm 4'9", and I'm out here doing this. Folks can't believe it, bro. When I get off the bike or when I'm walking around without my suit on, people don't realize that I'm a racer till they see me in action. All right, this is a Suzuki Hayabusa, just a little amped up. You know, it ain't nothing too major, but to get the job done, a little highway 20 horsepower. I can go out here, I can run Top Gas, I can run 460, I can Grudge, I can do it all with this bike. I can do it all in one day.
Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law at Top Gas. Here we go. Steve Breakstone will take the automatic pass to the semifinals. He has the legal bye, and he has foregone that bye run, so he automatically loses lane choice in the semis. It's an automatic loss of lane choice, but he moves on to the round of 3. He's probably up there somewhere right now taking a look at who he's going to dance with. First pair up, Rashad Rowe, Kentucky, left side. Mantez Thompson Jr. again. Mantez all over. Green and green, double green lights. Rashad, 818 on a 007 launch. 818 taking the W. Let me tell you, Mantez did everything in his power to win it. He was 016 and he was laid off the line. He goes 817 flat, takes the light by 1 thou. He took the light by 1 thou. That's all he took, but he went 100th quicker. Rashad Rowe moves on. That's how tight the racing here is in the gold chains for everybody category of Top Gas. Brandon Cunningham, left side. DeLong, right side. Brandon on a ZX14R. DeLong. It is Cunningham. 822 off of a 004 light. He had DeLong's number. DeLong gave up 5 on the tree, and Cunningham made him pay. DeLong getting there second with a 817. So it is Cunningham, Rowe, and Breakstone to make up the semifinals. And it'll be somebody other than Breakstone with the bye run. All winners in all categories. We need you back to the lanes. Street ET and Pro ET, you're next up. I need the 5 remaining in Street ET and the 5 remaining in Pro ET. I'm missing 4 and 4. Let's get them up. All winners. Ultra Sportsman, bring them back. Super Comp, bring them back. Top Gas, bring them back. Let's whittle this down, crown some champions, and get everybody back headed home and back to reality after a great weekend of drag racing here at the MTC Engineering Nationals, kicking off the 2025 season. A great job by the entire SGMP staff keeping that racing surface ready to go. Record-setting performances, near-record performances all weekend long. Outstanding job. Still waiting on John Markham to take that walk of shame. Head on up to the timing tower. I got 2 back in Pro ET. I need 3. I need 4 in Street ET, and we can go to play. Actually, I think I only need 3 in Street ET as well.
All right, Jimmy Smith, winner in, what do you got here, V20 ET. Jimmy Smith, tell me a little bit how you managed to take the win today.
It was a really good day. Bike was running really good, hooking up good and hard, and just lucked up on the very end. And
it ain't all just about luck now.
Well, it's been racing since 1980, so it's a little bit of an experience. Not much, but still some.
Congratulations. We really appreciate you coming out today, and just your whole crew, everybody. Have fun with this sports here. We're going to see you at more races this year.
Oh, yeah. We'll be at all of them. We got them marked on the calendar.
All right there. Once again, Jimmy Smith, our winner today at the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals in V-Twin ET. Thanks, Jimmy.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
looks like I am missing one Pro ET bike. I need Pro ET, Street ET. All winners, all categories. Come on down. If you're still in competition, bring her back to the staging lanes. It's that time of day, cool them and fuel them. Bring them right on back to the lanes. We are getting ready to run. And it looks like now I got all my Street ET out there, so. Winners all categories. If you're still in, come on down.
All right, now we got Robinson Industries Pro Open winner, Jeffrey Hill. Congratulations. The runner-up, excuse me. We got the runner-up, Jeffrey Hill. And, of course, Jeffrey Hill took the #3 plate in 2024. So he's off to a great start this year. Got his dad, Kenny Hill, right here. So great job today. And what are you going to do to take the win next time, Jeffrey?
Well, we got to improve our program a little bit and get the bike going straight and consistent, and we're going to make a few changes for the next race and try to see what we can do.
Outstanding. And you going to come to all our races all year?
We're going to try to make as many as we can, yes, sir.
Well, that's an honest answer. I appreciate it. Once again, runner-up in Robinson Industries Pro Open, Jeffrey Hill, our current #3 plate holder. Great job, Jeffrey.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for coming out.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Street getting ready to roll around the corner. I should have Pro ET in the lanes. I should have all winners in all categories making their way back to the stage lanes, getting paired up with their dancing partners. Getting ready to go down Broadway here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. If your win light came on last round, that means you need to cool it, fuel it, and get her on back to the lanes.
My name is I live in Conyers, Georgia. I'll be racing Street ET and Ultra Sportsman, which is also known as Street Fighter. What inspired me to start racing was my husband, Randall Cross. We're known as Cross Performance, so he got me into racing. Well, I started racing with my father, but once I married him, he kind of got me more into it, racing every weekend, built me a bike, and I just been loving it ever since then. One of my most memorable races, I would probably say it would be right after I had my son. I went to the finals, and it was either Street ET or Ultra Sportsman. And so it was a big accomplishment just coming out from having a baby and then winning the race, coming runner-up. My greatest accomplishment, I would have to say, would be to be able to...
Far side 946, the dial in 925, the dial in Steve Usher, Tower side, Summit Racing Lane. going to be leaving first. Now, red light, tower side, throwing it away. Usher throws it away, the hit of the throttle, the automatic wind light going to Ruffin, the far side. The runner out of Florida. There's one over the dial, 009 at the hit of the throttle. He was ready for that wind light. Coming back to the final round. See if he can take that trophy back to Florida.
All right, that pair was scheduled to be Horta versus Horta, but Dad waving a white flag of surrender to young Tate. Tate Horta moving on. CJ playa Mims. Just ask Craig Cross. CJ Mims, this is the legal bye run in Street ET. He advances to the round of 3. And then there were 3 in Street ET. Voodoo Custom Street ET is now down to 3. And CJ's gonna leg it. CJ dialed in at a 890. He's gonna run her through. He goes a 886, 149 mile per hour. CJ Mims, a semifinalist with Tate Horta. We got 3 left in Voodoo Custom Street ET. We move it into Pro ET. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. left side, and John Loney, who's been patiently waiting for a competitor in the MPS Racing staging lane. He's been ready. John, I'm ready Loney, coming down from South Carolina on his Kawasaki. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. left side. Both riders with green lights. Finish line is Schmidt Jr. moving on to the round of 3. He was 904 on the 902. 866 on the 868 for Loney. Schmidt had a decided reaction time advantage and put it to work. John Loney's day comes to an end, and Dwayne Schmidt moves on to the round of 3. I've got John Markham in the right lane and that is Braden Davis over in the left lane. Green lights a pair again. Finish line race. Markham 63 on a 62. He had 2 and change on reaction time. Braden Davis, once again, Braden did everything he could to win it. He goes 886 on the 887 dial. He only had 2 thousandths of stripe. He did get the line, but there was no more meat on that bone. John Markham moving on, and it does appear that he'll be able to pay last night's gambling debts finally. Okay, there you go. Outstanding. We've got an Ultra Sportsman final going down the highway. J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman final at the ready line. All right, a final round action in J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman is moving up. Outstanding. All right, we got a final coming up. Don Horta, left side. Hoarders are laying waste to this field. Still in Street ET as well as the final here. The Don Horta fan club is ready to go wild. Bob Burt from Ravenel, South Carolina, his Hayabusa. Bob Burt, a tough runner at all times, as is Horta. Horta's in deep. Green lights a pair. Finish line will determine this one. The crowd goes wild. It's Horta for the W. Horta holding a big chunk in the bag on the reaction time advantage. Bob Burt going way under to get there. Don Horta, your winner in J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman. Congratulations to Don Horta and the Horta family. Let's see if they can parlay that in Street ET. All winners in all categories, please. All winners in all categories. Let's get these semifinals and finals finished up. Speaking of finals, you got a final round of HollywoodDragRacing.com Pro Ultra 460 in the puddle. The captain, John Krakalici, He's in the Summit Racing lane. Number 1 qualifier, Rock Sanders, taking it from the pole. Rock Sanders, number 1 qualifier in the TBM brakes lane. Rock Sanders looking for the W, as is John Krakalici. He's got a BPM Racing Engines power plant. Johnny Gish turning the knobs. They're both pre-stage. This is for all the marbles in 460. Great job, both riders. It is a race, and it is Rock Sanders, 460 with a 3. Rock Sanders, 460 with a 3. He was 020, and he was second off the line. John Krakalici, 018, moved first, but he goes 464. Looks like he cut the gas, only 139. Rock got the margin of victory. He must have been hoping that Rock was going under, but Rock did not. 460 with a 3. Congratulations, Rock Sanders, on your victory, taking it home to Columbus, Mississippi. All winners in all categories. Let's get them back to the lanes, please. All winners in all categories. Let's bring them back up. Let's wrap it up. Somebody will take it. Congratulations to all those champions already crowned, and if you are winner or runner-up in your category, please take it to the Man Cup Tech Tent, which is now the winner circle. Photo and interview, pictures, take the hardware, and then go get your dough. That's how it's done.
All right, now we're here with Jeff House, our Pro Mod runner-up in a heartbreaking final where we're going to see Jeff and Braden Davis do battle, and then the mechanical gremlins stepped into the program. Jeff, what happened there on the starting line?
It's that proverbial $2 part thing, Bill. You know, stud broke in the clutch hat. No two-step, just dragged me through the lights.
I saw him, and I saw him get dragged through the lights, and I'm like, oh, no, the race everybody wanted to see. We didn't get to see it. But, Jeff, you had one hell of a weekend. #1 qualifier right off the trailer. You held on to #1, and then but Braden Cumming got you, didn't he?
Yeah, Braden's a talented kid, and Travis is like the best there is. So I knew my chances weren't good anyway, but I sure wanted to try it, man.
Yeah, well, so you guys are like you're 2-1 with, or he's 2-1 with you now, so it's gonna be your turn next time, right?
I feel like it should be my turn because I won in a final, and then he won in a final, so I thought it should be my turn this time. So now I especially think it should be my turn.
Well, the racing gods will shine upon you again soon. Thank you so much for coming out this weekend. Absolutely. And great job all the same, and we'll see you at the next one.
All right, buddy, thanks. Always fun here.
Thank you. Jeff House, Pro Mod runner-up here at the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals. Here we are now with our winner in
460.
460, none less than Rock Sanders, #1 qualifier as well, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what number did you lay down there in the final round?
460 with a 3.
460 with a 3, and we had a quick interview with him just before then. And tell us the numbers through the weekend. 460, 460. Come on now, what was it?
First round was a 461. The second round was a 460, dead on. Third round was a 463, and my final round was 460 with a 3.
And that's how you win the race. Congratulations Long way to go, but man, right from the #1 qualifier to the win. Congratulations, Rock Sanders and team. Leatherneck Express just keeps on rocking. That's everything here in this class from MTC. It's the Spring Nationals here. FuelTech everywhere, Man Cup racing. Don't get no better.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
From Mike Swanson, one of the hardest working guys out here at the racetrack. Mike Swanson, his photos are available online. Video interview, hardware, and the payout. The big payout for you. Rashad Rowe foregoing his bye run in Top Gas. He's going to await who's going to make the final with him. Either Steve Breakstone out of Bradenton, Florida. It's going to be a pair of ZX14s in the semifinal action. And one of the Cunningham brothers, still after nearly 30 years, I just flip a quarter until I see it on the screen. Cunningham Performance down in Naples, building some outstanding machinery. Performance, consistency-wise, and the way they look. Floyd Cunningham turning out some beautiful equipment all the way down there in the swamps of Naples. All they got down in Naples is gators and more gators. So it is Brandon Cunningham, who resides in Orlando, Florida. Breakstone once again out of Bradenton, but these two are very, very well known of each other. They race a lot on a regular basis, so they know inside and out what they're doing. There's Rashad checking it out. See who he's going to race. Breakstone in the Summit Racing lane. Cunningham. He's been over in the TBM Brakes lane most all of the weekend. Both riders very comfortable in their lanes. They're moving it in. Green lights a pair. So it's going to be the finish line stripe that tells you that it is Cunningham for the win. Double breakout. 8:15 for Cunningham, less of two evils. Breakstone went an 8:12 with a 9. Cunningham was two better on the tree, and that's what it took. Steve did, once again, everything he could. These riders are so talented down at the end. He was 003 taking the stripe, but his reaction time disadvantage cost him the W. Congratulations, Brandon Cunningham, on your stop in the finals. You're going to take on Rashad Rowe, and Cunningham will hold lane choice. So turn that Cunningham machine around as fast as you can, and let's get that final round back up in the lanes. And all of those photos that Mike Swanson's taking, the great photos of the action at this event, those photos are available on the racemancup.com website in the gallery section. So you can check those action shots out right there on the racemancup.com website in the gallery section. Top Gas is down to a final. Rashad Rowe versus Steve Breakstone, and this is a final in Real Street. Spencer Claycomb and Bud Herod, pair of Real Street bikes, gonna do battle. Teammates. These riders are teammates. Spencer Claycomb, one of the heavy hitters in no bar racing. Kingsport, Tennessee. Very distant relative of Dustin Lee, I've been recently told. That is unconfirmed at this point, but I mean, they both come from Tennessee, so there could be something to that. But way over in the left groove of the left lane, and Spencer also in the right groove of the right lane, foregoing the usual spot where most bikes take off. They've moved outside. They're in. There they go. Bud roaring through there. Outstanding. Bud Herod, 753. That may be his low ET. Congratulations, Bud Herod, taking home the hardware. Congratulations, Spencer Claycomb, as well on your runner-up performance. And mentioned in that Top Gas final, our new sponsor, Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law. Kenny Schwartz does accident and personal injury cases everywhere. He is the lawyer that supports our sport. And that service is available for any state. So if you have need for representation, look no farther than the great Kenneth R. Schwartz. He will either take care of you or steer you in the right direction. Kenny Schwartz, a big supporter of Man Cup motorcycle drag racing. That Top Gas final should be a barn burner. It's going to be Cunningham versus Rowe. And that's two different ways to do a ZX14. One with a slick and bars, one with a street tire. CJ Pretty Boy Mims, right side, and Ed Ruffin, left side. Oh, Ed turns it red. Red light start for Ed and CJ rolling on. I believe that's going to punch his ticket for a spot in the final. It's a wonderful thing there, a spot in the final. Tate Horta looks like he's got the legal buy run, and he will punch his ticket to the final. Tate just breaking the beam, which is unnecessary anymore here at Man Cup. You can just forego that buy, let the staging official know, and you automatically come back to the next round without lane choice. Breaking the beam is no longer required at Man Cup. Super Comp moving up. Event sponsor MTC Engineering. Their class is on the roll. MTC Engineering Super Comp, 890 index. Couple wheelie bar bikes, couple street tire bikes. All four of them Kawasaki branded. It is going to be Taylor Harper from West Virginia in the TBM brakes lane, and Braden Davis. Braden Davis already in the winner's circle with Pro Mod, and the only 3-second motorcycle we have on the premises this weekend. Davis, tower side. Taylor Harper, far side. Green lights, and it is Davis rolling on, 887, less of two evils. Taylor Harper was 4 behind on the tree, and Braden Davis took the stripe and was 4 closer to the index. Congratulations, Taylor Harper, on your semifinal finish. Braden Davis punching his ticket to another final round here at the MTC Engineering Nationals. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. right side, and Shane Cunningham left. Green light and green light. It is Cunningham, double breakout again. Cunningham taking 5 thou a stripe, 882 flat. besting the 881.8 of Schmidt. Schmidt was 014 on the tree, and he was second. 007 for Cunningham. Outstanding drag race right there. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. semifinal finish, and Shane Cunningham in the final. Cunningham will give up lane choice in that final. He was further off the index. Pro ET, I'm waiting on one motorcycle. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr., the bike we're waiting on in Pro ET, he just went down the racetrack. Congratulations, John Krakalici, outstanding. The captain. And obviously at this point in the game, it goes without saying, all winners in all categories. Just get them back. Let's wrap it up, take home the hardware and the money, and have a cold one. And anybody still in the house that would like a Man Cup banner, if you'd like a Man Cup banner for your man cave or your garage, just come on up to the top of the timing tower. Got a couple banners available, one per person, but if you want a banner for your man cave or garage, come on up to the timing tower.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Pro ET semifinal coming together. 3 are going to go down and only 2 will come back, and that'll make a final. Semi-final action will be Dwayne Schmidt Jr. and Mike Perry in MPS Racing Pro ET. John Markham claims the legal bye, and he's just going to sit back and wait to see who he's got to run. Street ET is a final. Top Gas and Super Comp are at a final. So let's get these finals over and done. Service them and bring them back. Let's service them and get them back. Schmidt, TBM brakes lane. He's from Citra, Florida. It is a 2000 ZX12R. Perry, Venice, Florida. Old school Cowie. Perry punches his ticket. Another 001 red. That's a 001 pink light. 895 on a 902. Perry goes 861 on the 869. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. 1 thou away from green, and his day ends in the semifinals of MPS Racing Pro ET. I need the remaining 6 riders in competition. Service it and get them back up here. Make that 5 remaining riders in 4 remaining riders in competition. Bring them back up here. Great job. I'm gonna have to change that up to the Cunningham Flying Circus from Naples. Perry Brothers Flying Circus may have retired. The circus is moving south. Cunningham Brothers rocking and rolling through their categories, finding themselves in 2 finals. Okay. Ooh, we're getting them all. Rashad Rowe, great job of getting up here. Looks like I got a Street ET final ready to go, a Top Gas final ready to go. So there'll be 2 motorcycles. I need a Michael Perry and somebody else. All right, it's Tate Horta versus CJ Pretty Boy Mims. Big Craig Cross coming up here and slipping that one in. Pretty Boy on a ZX14 and Tate Hayabusa. Mims out of Dublin, Georgia. Been slaying them all day, as has Horta. This will be for all of the marbles out here at the Voodoo Custom Street ET category. All right, here it is. Voodoo Customs Street ET final. Voodoo Customs Street ET final right here. Right here we've got Tate Horta in the Summit Racing lane and CJ Mims. Georgia-Florida battle right here, and it's gonna go to one of these two riders as they were both green off the line. The win to Mims. Mims taking the dub, 884 on an 884. And let me tell you, Tate is gonna be in pain. He was 5 better on the tree. Tate Horta had 5 on the tree. He goes 919 with a 6. I think CJ just let him have the stripe. Congratulations, CJ Mims, on your win. Congratulations, Tate Horta, on your...
And now we've got some international flavor here at the MTC Spring Nationals. None other than Patrick Borg taking a runner-up in Pro Street. And what does it feel like to finally hit the final round?
Yeah, it feels good.
I'll bet it does.
Yeah, we have struggled all weekend, but we managed it.
And what was the best lap of the weekend for you?
I think it was 7:24 or something. It was not so good. We usually go to 6s, but it was this time. It wanna be what I want gonna be.
Outstanding. Now, have you been in the 6s yet with this bike?
Yeah, many times. So we were struggling on the wrong way. We found the bolt in the turbo, so was leaking out some exhaust. So yeah, you never know when you put something new together. We have a big engine explosion last time.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. I'm glad you made it. And are we going to see you again this year?
Yeah, we're gonna be here in the World Finals.
World Finals is the best place to be every year. So once again, Patrick Borg, our runner-up in Pro Street. Thanks for coming, everybody. Real pleasure seeing you again.
Thank you so
and can't wait to see you in the fall.
Yeah.
FuelTech everywhere. It's Man Cup.
Tower side. He's the guy that put it on the pole with an 820 with a 0. He grabbed the #1 qualifier, and guess what? The guy in the other lane did the same thing just a little bit later. This is your numbers 1 and 2 qualifiers. Both riders qualified with an 820 with a 0. Both riders on Kawasaki ZX14s. 2 very different ways to do it. Rashad's got his brother Rylan lining him up. Brandon, his dad looking on, and his brother getting ready to run in his final. They're in. Brandon Cunningham is your champion. 8:16 on the 820. He aired it out. So did Rowe. Rowe went an 8:14. Rowe was 007 red, and that spelled defeat. Congratulations, Brandon Cunningham. Cunningham performance. A great job by Rashad Rowe as well. Your numbers 1 and 2 qualifiers meeting in the final. Both riders qualifying with an 820 with a 0. I don't know that that's ever happened before. Ooh, Super Comp final. Mike Perry, final call. Back to the lanes, please. Mike Perry. Michael W. Perry. Ward, let's get it up here. Mike Perry on the roll to the lane, so that will be the final. The MPS Pro ET final round will be the last pass of the weekend. Great job to all riders participating and winning. Congratulations to the winners, and we hope to see all riders at the next Man Cup event in Steele, Alabama. Shane Cunningham just saw his brother win. He's up against the phenom, Braden Davis. Braden's already got 1 class in hand. Make it 2. Double breakout, Braden Davis taking the dub. Braden Davis had 4 on the tree. He was 004. He breaks out, 884, less of 2 evils. He did take the stripe as well. Congratulations, Shane Cunningham, on your runner-up. And Braden Davis doubling up Sportsman and Pro win here at the MTC Engineering Nationals. Braden, 884 and got there first, pushing Shane Cunningham under further, 881. Great job to both riders. Braden Davis taking it home. One more pair.
All right, we've got the Voodoo equipped bike of CJ Mims, winner in Street ET. That's Voodoo Street ET. You see it right down there. Voodoo, Voodoo. We got the whole fam damly over here to cheer him on to his win. Hell yeah! So CJ, tell us, how many wins have you had so far?
This season, I think this is my second win this season.
Already this season?
Yes, sir.
Well, damn. And how many in your entire lengthy career?
About 7.
About 7. So CJ's off to a hell of a start. I just want to give a big shout out. He's been racing 1 year. Takes a team. It takes a family. Right? So congratulations to CJ. Congratulations to everybody who's helped him out. Thanks for coming out to our race. And we hope to see you all again very soon. Once again, CJ Mims, Voodoo Street ET winner.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
First round bait, but the saber-toothed old veteran has plowed his way very well through Super Comp and then made the final here in Pro ET. Green lights a pair. Green lights a pair. Finish line will determine it, and it is Perry for the W. Mike Perry. Both riders were 014. 014 is a pair. Perry goes 64 with a 6 on a 62. 65 on a 61 for John Markham in the runner-up spot, and the Mike Perry fan club, which is all of the people that have abandoned the Rick Perry fan club, are going wild. Congratulations to all winners, all runner-ups. Once again, photo opportunity, hardware, and a video interview. All winners and runner-ups at the Man Cup Winner Circle tent. I'd like to thank everybody for participating. An outstanding job by the SGMP staff, getting this racetrack tip-top shape and keeping it that way all weekend long. We hope to see you back at the World Finals here in November. Man Cup World Finals in November, always the biggest drag race of the year. And this year, we'll look to do even better. All right, that'll put a wrap on it. Thank you.
All right, we got a winner and a runner-up. Mr. Don Horta, Mr. Tate Horta. Don took the win in Ultra Sportsman. Tate took the runner-up in Street ET, and they all did it on this here poor, just wore-out motorcycle. Double teamed it all weekend. So, you know, what kind of ETs were you running, Don?
I was running 930.
930, and Tate?
I was doing about a 920.
Well, there you go. And did you guys make any changes to it in between, or is it just a difference in your statures?
Difference in the weight.
Outstanding. Well, I love it. Father and son team took it to the winner's circle, took it to the final round twice, took it to the winner's circle here with a win and a runner-up. Great job, Mr. and Mr. Horta.
I'd just like to say we couldn't do it without God and Jesus in our life.
God and Jesus is a big part of what we do. Thanks for coming to Man Cup, and congratulations for your performance here at the MTC Engineering Spring Nationals.
Thank you again.
You're welcome.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
right, so I've been chasing this family around for the last couple of races. Every time I try to get an interview, they're over there, they're over here, I'm over there, I'm over there. So I finally got you all in the place I thought I'd find you, here in the winner's circle. So congratulations on one of your 2 wins today, Braden. And congratulations, Travis and Mom, Brandy. And, you know, it's just been an amazing weekend, and didn't get off to the best start, I know, with the Pro Mod bike, but things really came around there. We're going to see you here with the Pro Mod bike momentarily, I presume. Are we going to collect those hardware too?
We had, right after the final round earlier, Pro Mod, we already got this done since this one was taking up all of our time. So we've been running around all day.
Well, there you go. So double winner today, Davis Family Racing, and congratulations again on your 2 wins. And keep up the good work. You're off to a great start.
Yes, sir. It's a good start to the year. You know, there's a lot of momentum going into the rest of the season, and I'm glad the Pro Mod's finally running good now. You know, at the start of the weekend, it was like, man, are we ever going to figure it out? But my dad, like, he just figures out everything, you know, no matter what it is. And you know, first round when it went 399, I was kind of shocked, you know, as hot as it is. And
yeah, it was unexpected.
Yeah, it's very unexpected. And when I seen 178 come up, I'm like, there's more left on the table. And I can't wait to show that at PDRA this year.
Well, there you go. Off to a great start. Thanks for coming out to the MTZ Spring Nationals. And great job, everybody, once again. Congratulations on a great start to what should be another stellar season for Davis Family Racing.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
All right, now we're here with Rashad Rowe, our runner-up in Kenneth Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas. So how'd you do it? How'd you get all the way to the final?
Did decent. I was number one qualifier, 20 with a 0. Just going through a tough field today. Me and Lil Mantez, we had a great run today. I mean, really good pass that gave me the bye to the finals or whatever. Looking at each other pretty much all the way down the track. So it's a good day.
Good to see you out here. So we're going to see you at more races this year?
Absolutely, yeah. We plan on following all the man cups. We got that on the schedule. We were NHDRO previously, and with that going belly up, we've transitioned to man cup. We like what Hollywood's doing with the program.
Yeah, we're trying to put together a real family, real team atmosphere. Glad to have you, and thanks for coming out.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations on a final round appearance, and we're looking forward to you going to the final round some more this year. Once again, Rashad Rowe, our runner-up in Kenneth R. Schwartz, attorney at law, Top Gas.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see FuelTech everywhere.
From top fuel to pro mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
All right, now we're here with another family affair. We got Brandon and Shane Cunningham on their deliciously different but yet very similar ZX14 mounts, and they both mowed through their respective fields. Top Gas, Super Comp, We got a runner-up and the win, right, in Top Gas. Yeah, so you were just hitting the tree all day, Brandon. I mean, Jay Reagan was up there in the tower just raving about your performance. You had an amazing performance in Super Comp. I presume you guys have raced together before. Have you ever gone this far together before?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we've been coming to Man Cup for quite a while, and a lot of people know who we are. And we come here. We try and get to the first race and the last race of every year for Man Cup. None of it would be possible without our dad. He's the one that really makes this happen for us. Forever.
He's so humble. He didn't want to come into the video interview, but I tried to shame him into it, but he wouldn't do it.
He might be a little camera shy, but that's all right.
Well, that's all right. He's got you two, so that's great. You know, one thing I just wanted to point out that in a sea of street tires, Brandon is chosen a slick. And, you know, we just don't see that much on these style bikes anymore. What made you go with a slick instead of the Dunlop Drag Max that everybody runs?
So we do a lot of bracket racing, and a lot of the time at the bracket races, the tracks are prepped a little bit more for slick tires instead of radials. So the slick responds a little more consistently to like a hot track or a greasy track. So when it's slick prep, we run a slick, 60 foots are almost consistent every time, whereas with a radial, once a radial lets go, the pass is wasted. So
yeah, it's all about the 60 foot. If it ain't there, then it's over, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yep.
Outstanding. So anyway, these two bikes are just delicious. I can't stop looking at them every time I see them. You guys have a lot to be proud of. Cunningham Family Racing, big congratulations to Brandon and
Shane.
Shane, you didn't get to do much talking, but now's your turn.
That's all right. I also want to thank our whole family and my stepmom, Barbara, that she loads the RV every race with all the food we want, ice cream, steak, everything. I want to thank her as well.
And that's what it's all about here at Man Cup. We are a family racing affair. We love the family. We're all a big family together. It's a community. So, and this is what it brings. Congratulations to both of you. Congratulations to Dad. And congratulations to Barbara. Yep. Take care. We're going to bring you a few more winners. We're almost done here at the MTC Spring Nationals.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
My name is Thompson Jr. and I live in Decatur, Alabama. I've been racing since I was 14 years old on the motorcycles, but all together I've been racing since I believe I was 6 years old with junior drag. My granddad, my great-granddad, my granddad, my uncle, and my dad, they all race. My dad has raced on the professional level. And shoot, ever since I was a baby, I've been around it, loved it, dreamed it, sleep it, everything. My most memorable race, I would say, might have been my first ever event win on Chucky. I was in Crossville, Tennessee 2021, and I ended up winning in Top Gas against arguably one of the greatest Top Gas racers ever, Joe Dick. My greatest accomplishment in general will be, I say, winning on this bike, man. I wouldn't say I faced too many major challenges in racing, But overall, just me with my height, you know what I'm saying, I'm not afraid to say I'm 4'9". So, you know, playing sports throughout middle school, high school, you know what I'm saying, I was always looked past because, you know what I'm saying, I was so short, I wasn't as tall as everybody else. So, you know, being able to come out here and race, it shows that anybody can do whatever they want, they put their mind to. Don't ever let somebody tell you can't do this because of your height. Don't let somebody tell you can't do this because of your weight. You know, so I'm really here just to show people that they can do whatever they put their mind to. I'm 4'9", and I'm out here doing this. Folks can't believe it, bro. When I get off the bike or when I'm walking around without my suit on, people don't realize that I'm a racer until they see me in action. All right, this is a Suzuki Hayabusa, just a little amped up. You know, it ain't nothing too major, but it get the job done. A little highway 20 horsepower. We doing. I can go out here, I can run top gas, I can run 460, I can grudge, I can do it all with this bike. I can do it all in one day.
All right, so we just saw the Cunningham brothers with their ultra-modern ZX14 pair. And so now we go right to the other extreme of the Kawasaki formula with Mike Perry and his delicious Z1 Kawasaki. And winner in Pro ET, Mike, how many rounds did you win today to take that beautiful trophy?
I think it was 7 rounds. I haven't really counted the tickets yet. It was doing double duty in Super Comp and Pro ET, so it was a pretty hectic day.
I imagine so. That's a lot of appearances on the starting line. So how far did you get in Super Comp?
Down to 6.
Not bad, not bad. But, you know, Pro ET is really one of the most difficult classes to win at any of these events, and a lot to be proud of. Have you won Man Cup Pro ET before?
Yes. I think in 2019.
So it's been a few years, but it's good to see you back. And, of course, Rick Perry, you had a great weekend, too. So talking to Rick Perry off camera here, he's camera shy. Yeah. So, and again, great job, Mike.
All right,
congratulations.
Appreciate it.
And thanks for coming out to the MTC Spring Nationals. Hope to see you again soon.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Pro ET winner, Mike Perry.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see FuelTech everywhere.
All right, y'all, this is Rashad Jones out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. Today we running Top Gas. My late uncle, Roosevelt Jones, he was pretty good in Top Gas. He won the Syndrome Championship in 2006. He had 3 Top Gas bikes, and we kept all 3 of them. We still got them, me and my other 2 cousins. So it started with him, and we just carrying the legacy on. I would have to say the most memorable would be my first race that I won in Huntsville, Alabama. First time at the 7-Eleven, actually competing, and we was able to bring it home. Bike was running strong. I was on, so we done pretty good. That's my first memorable race. Major challenges, me being in Top Gas, of course, a lot of people know Joe Dack and John Spooky Markham. they were tough, man. They kind of made everybody in Top Gas the people who they are as far as their competitive edge. So I would have to say them guys, man. It's my cousin's bike that I put together a year and a half ago, and this is the first time out. The second pass on that setup, new engine, wiring and all, was yesterday here testing. We had to work a lot of bugs out, but we seem to be going in the right direction. We started out 525 and got it down to a 513. So it's working right now, it's working. Outside of racing, I'm a gearhead, man. I'm a diesel technician. I graduated from WildTech in Blairsville, Pennsylvania with honors. In October, and I started working with Penske Truck Leasing in January, and I've been there ever since. So 10 years, but now I just recently got promoted to supervisor. Surprising to my fans, that I like to listen to gospel. It keeps me level-headed, keeps me calm. When I'm going through or whatever rough day, I put on some gospel, and I got it playing in my trailer right now. So I listen to it a lot, gospel and old blues.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, FuelTech has the perfect solution for your bike. FuelTech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.